put away cell phones. If you need to step away or attend to personal matters, please make a motion to recess. For those participating by phone, please keep your device muted unless you are speaking. When speaking, kindly state your name for the benefit of those viewing the live stream. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Cottle.
Here.
Councilmember Graham.
Here.
Councilmember Schmidt appears to be absent and excused unless there's objection from the body, or he may just been delayed in traffic. Councilmember Crafton.
Here.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Rubio.
Here.
You do have a quorum, Madam Mayor. All members are present with us in chambers except Councilmember Schmidt, who is either delayed, absent, and excused, or absent and excused.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Graham, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. The next item of business is approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented by unanimous consent. We are now, I'm sorry. Mr. Schmidt has arrived at 5:01. Let the record reflect. We are now at persons to be heard. It's the time for members of the public to share their views with the council. Please note that this is not a question and answer period. Speakers may be referred to administration and items raised may be taken under advisement. Please come forward and begin by stating your first, last name, and if you're a city resident. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Seeing no one signed up, we will close persons to be heard. We are now on to item of business. Madam Clerk, please read the item by title.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fiscal year 2027 departmental budget presentations, reference to ordinance serial number 2626, providing for the adoption of the annual budget for fiscal year 2027 and appropriating funds to carry out said budget.
Is there a motion to enter committee of the whole?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Johnson moves to go to committee of a whole.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councilmember Johnson and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to enter committee of the whole. Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, we are now in committee of the whole. The time is 5:03 p.m. Okay, Eric, you are up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Let me just get my stuff organized. Thank you for allotting me a whole meeting tonight as we go through Public Works and the CIPs. Happy to answer any questions as we go along. Before we get started, if you draw your attention to the items of business tonight, under Public Works number 1, section E, the cemetery fund, we've included a handout to address that. It wasn't in the slide deck submitted by accident, so we've given you a printout copy, and there are copies in the back for any attending public. So as we get started, public administration, I wanted to just have some comments to the council as we move forward. Tonight's Public Works and Capital Improvement budget reflects a very intentional effort to balance 3 realities. First, maintaining core public works services at a reliable level of performance. Second, addressing aging infrastructure and equipment that directly affects service reliability and safety. Third, preparing for continued growth while operating within constrained and relatively flat general revenue expectations. This is not a wish list budget. It's prioritized operations, infrastructure, and plan to shape and plan shaped by workload, asset condition, and long-term service expectations. So now we're going to walk through the major divisions within Public Works, and then we'll transition into the enterprise funds and then the capital project fund requests. Under Public Works Administration, you can see that the expenditures graphs are pretty similar to the other.
Mr. Shaw, I don't want,
Yes.
I apologize before you get started. Does someone have a cell phone that's ringing? We're picking it up on the.
I think it was
Do you want
mine
it
on the
in-
desk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
The graph mirrors kind of the similar reductions that you've seen in operating costs through the rest of the budget presentations that you saw last week. The Public Works Administration is projecting a decrease of 9.8%. And you see that the FTEs are flat, but we'll talk more about the requests as we go further on. Some of the accomplishments this year include continued use of our MaintainX asset management program, our work order system. So we have completed over 46,000 work orders since we began in late 2022. It continues to provide great detail into the work that happens every day and gives us an unprecedented amount of data that we can draw on. You may recall that our system used to be paper related, so there was no way to draw any correlation with the overall health of all of the facilities unless you went through piles and piles and piles of documents, and they were all basically registered to the location. So you could go back to a facility and see its history, but you didn't have any purview into kind of what trends were going across the city. So it's been exceptional to be able to go back and find that data, and then having staff be able to add photos and videos and keep each other informed. That's critical. So now they can interact with each other while they're off doing their own things and support each other. We have applied for multiple grants, state and federal, with help of the administration as we go through different processes, and have been very successful receiving those monies, as you've heard already. And I'm excited to say that the airport master plan is complete, and we have initiated the sewer and water master plans. So I'm feeling very positive as we move forward to identify where we need to go with those utilities moving forward. I want to draw your attention to the photo on the screen. You may or may not know that we have a dam that we manage as well. This is the Lake Lucille Dam, and it is actually considered somewhat of a risk factor by the state. So we have to provide routine engineering recertification of it. And the state has a dam safety office, and you have to use certified dam safety inspectors. There's a short list of certified dam safety inspectors within the state. And so we'll be completing our required 3-year renewal of that this fall. So we're under contract right now. And so while it's not a very big dam, you could jump over it. It does have enough water behind it and enough homes downstream of it that the state requires that we do that. So that's one of those interesting other duties as assigned requirements, because there's no division of dam safety within the city. But it had been rebuilt probably about 10 years ago now, I think, from an old wooden dam that people would change the elevation of the lake by pulling out boards. Some of the
Madam Mayor,
go ahead.
just as long as you got that, what's the downside risk at the current time of the dam?
It's in great shape. It's passing all inspections. It was well built. It's a sheet pile wall basically with a cap on top, and it is identified in our hazard mitigation plan. I'd love to have a little bit more data on its different flow rates. Seeing weather events and how it affects the flow. We also have a downstream crossing the Lake Lucille Avenue that those culverts need some addressing. We're going to need to go and look at those. We've seen some issues with them over this last winter, but all in all, it's in great shape, and we're just making sure that we keep up to date and the state's happy with our inspection of that. Some of the goals and initiatives that we've been successful with, we've been partnering with the MPO since it began. The mayor led the policy board and I'm the vice chair on the technical committee. And so we're really getting into the meat of what the MPO does, bringing transportation planning monies and construction monies back under control of local entities such as cities. And so we'll be talking about capital improvement projects later that leverage some city match money to multiply federal monies. And so it's nice to see all of that work over the last few years with building the structure and having the meetings that we do monthly to see the possibility of federal funding coming straight to us in these important transportation projects. We've been working on the long-term capital project plan. What we want to provide the council with going forward is a look ahead, either 5 or 6 fiscal years to what projects are on the horizon so that it can be seen for state of infrastructure needs, but also just long-term funding needs. And so the better the horizon planning we can provide, the better the council has for making decisions. And then we're expanding our GIS mapping on all fronts because it's proven so valuable and just better efficiency, better communication. We had talked at the last meeting about the idea of outsourcing utility locates. And for that to happen, which I'm an advocate of, we have to have accurate, well-managed maps. And so I think we're on the cusp of being able to provide that level of data to possibly augment our own capabilities. Oh, and I guess the other thing I didn't touch on was the interconnect. We're well on our way to completing the interconnect projects within the funding timeline. We have to be done by the end of September this year. And so you're going to see a major push to wrap those projects up. The most impressive one will be the groundbreaking of our first phase of the Herman Road water line extension from our future Herman water tank location towards Quiet Circle. So that'll be happening in the months of July and August. And then we'll be pulling in all of the required documents so that finance can wrap up the last reimbursement requests to the borough, which is it's a pass-through fund. And so we have to meet their requirements by the end of October. And so working with HDL and our contractor Tutka Construction, we are on track and on schedule to meet those critical deadlines. So our priorities and goals for 27, we're going to keep moving on our work order dispatch. So we get most of our calls during the day for all 7 divisions, and we dispatch those work orders out to different crews. And then MACCOM serves as our after hours dispatch for our on-call people. We're going to keep improving our efficiency there and be as timely, make timeliness improvements, as there's a lot of pressing deadlines between, if it's not locates, it's emergency call outs, it's major routine projects that we have to balance. Continue to provide excellent project management for these multiple projects that are going on simultaneously, and keep moving progress on all fronts as the administration has led us. Some of the changes in this budget, and Ted talked about this a little bit when we talked about general FTEs within the city. We're going to be transitioning the project managers' hours to be fully funded by capital improvement projects. So they'll have a modified timesheet, where they allocate their time to those projects. And so that will be very important for them to actually be able to put those time and out those hours, those projects. And so in that same vein, we're requesting a public works clerk position. And the background on that is that there hasn't really ever been a public works clerk, but the administrative side and the technical writing side of the public works administration division is very labor intensive. So the documents that are required for bringing projects to the council, the ordinances and fumbling over my words, I apologize. So it takes a lot of background work to get those documents ready. And especially now that we're working with like the state revolving loan fund, the documentation to get one through to the finish line is about 15 steps. And we'll be talking about this more as we work through approvals. But we have a checklist that we created so that we could keep track of it all, and now I've lost it. Let me find it really quick. Oh, here we go. So this is just a one-page sheet, but you can see all of those check boxes. It's about 20 steps, and so it starts with us applying and filling out the paperwork, the applications, and then we have to work through council approval to move through that process. There's administrative things such as the financial review of our finances to receive the loan or the forgivable amount. There's environmental review. We have to give cost estimates, fiscal stability, so those sorts of things. And we're doing that again and again. And so we've got 6 of those in the queue right now as we work through those. And we've talked a little bit about that in the CIP budget, but between water and sewer, there's more than $6 million on each side of requests to the state for that. So that level of paperwork means that right now my project manager is handling that because of his capabilities and his technical writing abilities to augment him back into the field of being a project manager. That's one of the main aspects of the request for the clerk. The other one is a long-standing support by the council clerks on the management of the cemetery. So the cemetery, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, has some plots that still need to be sold. It has a management program, and we interface with the park side of the house for the maintenance of it. But there's a lot of interest in those plots, and there's a lot of back and forth with customers or family members that will be using those plots for laid to rest their family members. And so that had been, if I recall correctly, that had been something that back in 2015 was supposed to transition to Public Works Administration, and it hadn't at that time. And so when we add up that amount of work and then the technical writing and the rest of the documentation that's necessary, that led to that request. I can answer any questions about that if you have them. And then the next few things are, we're very excited to be part of the ERP integration. It'll provide solutions for us for more project management, budgeting, and the CIP project development as they all wrap together and they touch each other so that when data is updated, it moves through the system more efficiently. And then we'll continue to look for consultant support to leverage what we don't have the capacity for or what is outside kind of our normal day-to-day activities. So we're looking at some internal support and continued external support through contractor support. Any questions?
Mr. Johnson.
Madam Mayor, Eric, thank you, very good. 2 questions. You said adding a public works position, but your chart looks like it's flat in terms of head counts. I'm a little bit questioned as to how that you're adding but not adding. And then the second question I've got is transitioning the project manager to be 100% funded with capital projects. My experience working capital projects is you tend to, it can be a good goal to be 100%, but not all of your time can be totally allocated to capital projects. For instance, company mandated training for how to tie your shoes, OSHA, blah, 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 all of these other kinds of overhead projects that can't be. So I think it's a good goal to be 100%, but if you could achieve 90%, you'd be doing real well.
I agree with you on that comment. To the FTE flatline, I believe it is basically a 1-to-1 because of the way that accounting has shown the project manager coming off of the operations side of the books and that clerk taking its place.
Ted? You want to weigh in?
Sure. Through the mayor to Councilmember Johnson. again, as we look at this, we do have city funds that are spread through the capital projects, and the plan is to allocate all of that from administration to capital projects. You're correct. There will be administrative time, but we believe that through the whole process that that person is really sort of like, we don't have a CIP department, and we are sort of creating a CIP department funded through CIP funding. But you're absolutely correct that if it was council's decision, we could move 10% back to administration or into the enterprise funds, but that's the only reason. And Eric's completely true that we're adding one into administration, and then we're taking that one FTE and funding it through mainly, I think airport is the one of a large share of that, Eric, for Rick. We have
Yep.
one full-time project manager, and we're looking at a contract/project manager to assist in water and sewer projects. I'm not sure if I'm overstepping my information, and that of course will be all invoiced, and we can definitely, there will be no overhead in that position. But you're right, and that there is a 5 or 10% portion that is administrative overhead and doing your timesheets and doing everything that you're talking about and training and all that.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when you talk about moving administration for the cemetery over to Public Works, currently that's done by the clerk's office, the city clerk's office. So have you and the clerk discussed how that transition would work? And if we could hear from the clerk, because during your budget presentation, you didn't mention anything about lowering the number of hours being worked in the office, because transitioning the cemetery out of there would change your workload. So kind of both of those. Have you kind of figured out how many hours? You're saying you're adding a clerk in part because of the cemetery. So how many hours a week, or what percentage of hours are going to be dedicated to cemetery, and how does that affect the clerk's office?
Through the chair. Actually, this is the first, I didn't realize that was part of the justification for the position. We have not had the conversation.
Okay.
I don't know that it's really gonna reduce our workload. I think we're just gonna be able to focus on other things that maybe don't get the attention they deserve in the summer. But I mean, the reality is we have one niche left for sale, and out of the 30 new lots that we've put in, 27 are sold and 3 are in the process of being sold. And then in the lower section, there are no lots for sale. So probably a lot of the work comes in locates for memorial marker placements. And then sometimes in what we call transfers, or the lots are sold, but then somebody comes up for burial.
To my recollection, we've never had somebody that's fully dedicated to the cemetery. We've never said, well, this person's, half of this person's job is cemetery, or
Correct.
25%.
Correct.
So I'm just not seeing the math working out here for the additional thing.
Yeah, so my expectation is it'd be 10 to 15% of this clerk's position. So there's a management software that is involved in locating. And so what typically happens right now is a family member or a new purchase person wants to have it located. And so then they coordinate with our parks department and talk about which quadrants it is. And so there's the management of that software, and then there's identification of where the property is. And so we've worked well together in the past. It had just been identified last year that it was actually supposed to have been with Public Works for quite a while. So worked up, we received a memo from the clerks on how that should transition, so this was part of that request. And as we've seen delays in my office's ability to get timely legislation in, we've kind of compiled it into a clerk's position because of those daily pressures and the technical writing that is being offset by either myself or the project manager. That really fits better into coordinating with the clerk.
Thank you.
Mark?
So, through the mayor, so this new project manager for the CIP, would they be working under you or would they have like another seat at the table? How does that look?
So it's an existing employee that just changes where their funding comes from. So I have a project manager named Rick right now. And so instead of his funding coming directly out of the general fund for administration, he would put his time to all of the projects that he's overseeing. So his expenses would be billed directly to the project as a cost of having project management. So not a new person, just a new way of accounting for their cost to the projects.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that moves us to road maintenance division. So after reviewing the budget and looking at some of our activities and some of our planning, we were able to reduce the operating budget by about 8.7%. FTEs stay the same for the year. There were some completed right-of-way brushing projects that we're proud of. Keith and his crew have been able to do some great forecasting on those yearly percentage projects where they want to get a certain percentage of different things done each year. And so we were able to use some of the less snowy times of the year to get in and do the brushing when we typically would expect to have too much snow to do that. They were able to exceed our winter maintenance goals and promptly get out and do the plowing and the sanding. And they were on response for the different wind events that we had. Quite a few trees that went down in the first few before we worked through those weak trees. So crews are out clearing trees with the loaders and also helping to respond to other crossing issues like the railroad tracks and that sort of thing. They have made a concerted effort to get ahead of the storm drain cleaning. So the last few years, they've taken large chunks of the storm drain systems that had never been backed out and even come to the aid of the borough where the borough had forgotten that they had storm drain structures on Seward Meridian and they had never been cleaned and you could stand in the sand on top of the storm drains. So help them out. And so we're getting very close to having worked through that backlog with that Vector truck that they have so that we can get more into a maintenance role as opposed to having to factor out 200 or 300 storm drains a year. On the goals and initiatives, they have been working to maintain our infrastructure as we see population growth and provide high level of support. Some of the projects moving forward are to continue to pave the remaining gravel roads, which would reduce the number of times the number of roads we have to grade during the summer that are still gravel. We're still going to set our bar high for our winter maintenance. We're going to be joining the borough this year in their winter maintenance tracking. So we'll be able to show that we have top-notch response, and our goal is to continue to be the first out there and show the borough how winter maintenance is done. We are going to be transitioning from the all in-house striping project to external support. So I'm working with a consultant right now to put that bid package together. That has been one of the delays within the administrative side of getting that document ready because it hasn't been tabulated before. Keith and his crew have been doing a great job doing it in-house. And so pulling that out into a document where we can give it to the marketplace and have the road striping companies look at it has been a little bit more time consuming than I expected. And then as we've moved to paving everything, we have transitioned it to a more intensive sweeping program. So we have those 2 sweepers now. And so they have done a great job of getting ahead of it. You've probably noticed that the streets are looking great. They do have some rework when other neighbors, such as the borough or the state, come out and sweep after us. We have to go back and clean up some of our entries. but they're working quite well, and they're getting very proficient at it. We talked about the budget decrease. We do have some increases in utility rates, so we're showing an increase of a little over $12,000 for electrical having to do with streetlights and other facilities. And then we have made some requests. Sorry, we've deferred some requests for heavy equipment replacement. One of our goals is to work on a heavy equipment fleet replacement plan so that we can better forecast that into the future. There are some graders and a loader that are well past their useful life. Keith's crew does a great job with maintenance, but we're getting to that expensive repairs stage with those, and so we'd like to be able to come back to the council with an organized plan for those large and expensive pieces of equipment that are vital to what they do. We are asking this year for another fuel tank. This would augment our diesel fuel storage. We'll talk about the value of that at the CIP process, but we've seen a tremendous value in the bulk purchase of gasoline for both public works operations and the police department. And to have more diesel storage on site adds to the cost savings, but also that resiliency, especially during weather events when they are out doing their best and you may not be able to get fuel for a few days or a few weeks. So we'll talk more about that. They are doing a great job implementing GIS, as we will be seeing some support from the DOT and the MPO. There are a couple projects that the MPO is working on where they'll give us a pavement condition index for all of our roads. They're going to be adding that to a DOT contract later this summer, and so those road scanning trucks will be driving around and we'll have data on our roads like we've never had before. And then they're also proposing a street light and a street sign inventory where they map all of those and provide a GIS interface so that we have counts for all of those assets. And we know where all of our pieces of equipment are, but to be able to add life expectancies to those, have data on those digitally will be very helpful. And then the crew's been making a concerted effort to address ditching efforts with sanding and snow plowing or ditches fill in. And so they've been very effective in the last few years getting out and updating those ditches so that we can have proper drainage.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Crafton?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Eric. A couple questions here. First one, the striping of the roads. This is, I think last year we had it in the budget. We were talking about outsourcing this where we were going to go in and where they cut in the stripes into the road so that they don't wear out as quickly. Is that what you're still working on there?
Somewhat. So that kind of striping is called methyl methacrylate, and that is pretty expensive. It's what DOT puts down for their, so that's what KGB has is methyl methacrylate. That would be on new pavement. So most of the striping will just be a regular overlay, but what it will do is it'll have a contractor with one of those specialized striping trucks. They do it in the middle of the night. And so traffic control is a non-issue, and they drive around and you just come back to town the next day and they've done a huge section. Whereas our crew has to deal with traffic all day long. And so if you've ever watched them do the crossings, they have to take half a road and move traffic around, and it's just far more effective to paint at night when there's almost no traffic. So methyl methacrylate will come along as part of a brand new striping project, but this is just the annual refresh that the state and the borough already do with the large providers.
Okay, thank you. Another question, if I could. Ensuring 100% of roads are swept annually. Are we not sweeping all of our roads right now?
We are. We're just making sure that we continue to not miss anything. So we'll do it ourselves or we bring in our contractor support. We kind of divide it up based on equipment availability. We break down sometimes, they break down sometimes. And so it's just make sure we don't drop the ball.
Okay, and then I think you said the tank you want to talk about during CIP, right?
We can now, or CIP, just wanted to bring it up. That's coming up.
I mean, the general question I have was when I was looking through Public Works budget, it looks like you guys are cutting back on a lot of gas this year, which is kind of surprising considering the cost of gas right now. Is this the offset that I was seeing there?
So the gas prices moved after the budget was made. So
Yeah.
we'll have to talk about what happens with fuel prices as we continue to go into the fiscal year. But this forecasting began before current gas issues.
Have to talk about it later then. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. You mentioned the increase in electricity costs, which could be expected, but you talked about increase in rates for streetlights. I don't think streetlight rates have gone up in a great many years, have there? Isn't it $15 a month for a light still?
Well, a lot of our streetlights are actually on meters. So we have load centers that the meters, so as soon as the electric rate goes up, the meter will account for that. I don't recall if MEA has changed their tariff rate on the dusk to dawn lights. I suspect they have gone up without knowing off the top of my head because of increasing electrical rates. They're gonna recalculate what a dusk to dawn light costs too. They bill on they average how long it will run. They know what daylight
Right.
times are, and so they'll work that into how much they cost.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Madam Mayor, Eric, thank you. On page 7, the last bullet point, maintain infrastructure to support sustained population growth and high service levels. That's a very good goal. I love it. Along with that, then you make a statement on the next page, last bullet point, continued ditching program to address drainage throughout the city. I mean, we as a city council, I think almost every year we hear of certain problems with roads, ditches overrunning, water overrunning the roads. And I think one of the drums that I've said many times in the last several months is we really need a better plan for a storm sewer water runoff rather than ditches, particularly as we go from a rural environment to a urban environment. Ditches don't work. You can't put sidewalks over a ditch. Okay, you can't put curbs over a ditch. So do we have a plan? I mean, it would be nice if we had at least start to develop a plan for where and when we're going to put in storm sewers and where they're going to go. So I think as a goal, we should be working towards a plan. You know, obviously, that's going to be a huge amount of future money for a SIP project. But if we want to grow our city, we're going to need to be able to address that in an urban environment.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. I agree completely. And that will be led through the MS4 program. And so the DOT is a great example to follow. So what we're going to see with the Main Street project, which is designed with meeting, so this is an interesting tidbit. DOT does what's called an H&H study. It's something in hydrology. And so they look at drainage basins, they look at where the water's gonna go, they look at carrying capacity, they look at retention time. And so they'll be building those exact systems that you're talking about. And one will be running down East Railroad right by you, and then it'll be cutting across the railroad tracks. A similar system will be constructed on the north side of town across from cars in those grassy swales. And so they've done all those calculations to figure out what their zone of influence is, what the impervious and pervious layers are, so they can figure out what those rain events will look like. And so we will be taking those over, of course, and then we'll be required to make those investigations. One of the ones that I'm worried about is the drainage structures along Lucille Street. It's a deep ditch that isn't quite deep enough and has a bank on one side. So anyway, there's a lot of opportunity for us to address those, and I agree completely with you. That needs to be the next direction we go. And we'll be expected to do that in the next year or two, especially as I anticipate a change in the governor's perspective. When we get a new governor, will probably mean that the MS4 is right back in front of us. All right, moving on to property maintenance. Property maintenance is one of our larger divisions, especially right now as we swell to our seasonal folks that are running around doing great jobs keeping land parks or property maintenance. Oh, I'm sorry. Property maintenance is one of our smallest divisions. It's really 2.5 people, so it's two property maintenance technicians and then their supervisor. And so they are responsible for almost every building in the city except for the Menard Center. They take care of MACCOM, PD, City Hall here, and the rest of the buildings as necessary. And they've really come in the clutch with some water buildings that we had heating failures over this cold winter. So they've been doing a great job. Their division has seen a 3.11% decrease, mostly through personnel forecasting, as Ted has talked about the vacancy rates and modifying those. That's mostly where the reduction is seen. Moving on to major accomplishments. So they're very capable at doing pretty intensive renovations. And so they did a bunch of work here in City Hall as finance moved some folks around. MACCOM uses them pretty regularly as they need to make operational changes. And then, as I mentioned, we had some boilers go out in some of our water facilities, and with their experience with plumbing and heating companies, they stepped right in and aided us, and we really appreciate that. And then Dorothy Page had the same issue. They lost their boiler too. There was just a lot of stress on heating systems this year. And so they stepped in and assisted Scott with that. And you can see in these photos, they were the ones that responded that night when a car drove itself through the front door of MACCOM. And so they cut the doors off the hinges and took those away and cleaned up for the night. And we are working through a quote to get that restored as quick as we can. So they're always focused on proactive asset management. They have a robust building inspection that they do. You probably have not noticed as many leaks as we used to have on this wall up here, because it would leak in the morning and it'd be fixed before a council meeting, which is great, but then you didn't know that it leaked. And so they were too fast at some point, but they do a great job. And this building being from, the early 1900s, 1935 and on, it requires pretty constant updates from them. And so they do a great job with that. We are prioritizing maintenance and improvements to all of our facilities, bringing them up to speed. They were instrumental in helping decide what building control software we wanted. You may recall that Scott was having really good success coordinating with Train for the Menard Center, and the library had no control over their HVAC for about 3 years, if I recall correctly, because the business that maintained it went out of business and the system wasn't supported anymore. And so, leveraging their experience in the field, we also use Train, and so Zane has the control that he was lacking for multiple years. And it also coincides with the system at the PD. So we have a really good working relationship with them, and those guys do a great job managing those small issues before they turn into large issues. And the last goal that we have is that we've identified and addressed structure gaps through refined capital project involvement.
Mr. Johnson.
One of the things you focused on page 11 was prioritization of maintenance and improvements to existing facilities. It's a little embarrassing that I can always point out and tell people where City Hall is, just look for the building with half the siding gone. When do we expect that to be fixed and make
So
it
that's
look nice?
a great question. So what you see right now is a rain screen to keep the water from penetrating the wall again. And so we're picking a siding. And one of the things that's been holding it up is we have to figure out the detailing so that we don't get water behind it again. And so we're working on those details and the details that'll come forward for the new roof at the depot. So that is under process right now. And we're pulling together some of the approved siding material, because we're trying to be cognizant of the historical value of the facility of this building, and not choose something that's too modern, but also not something that's custom and extremely expensive. So we're trying to navigate those siding providers that will give us the look that we want at a reasonable cost. So that's something that my project manager is working on, and I look to be able to move him to focusing on that full time.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you. So Eric, looking at your budget and FTE graphs, 24 to 25, the expenditures went up 3%, and then 25 to 26 went up 30%. And then this year is dropping just, once again, 3%. So why that huge increase being sustained? I understand we had a whole lot of capital issues and things going on between 25 and 26 that required some expenditures, but how come that isn't dropping back to a normal rate? I mean, a normal rate would have you about 6% higher, than your $675,000 or so, but I mean, you're at 800,000 for your money there. I mean, what are we doing differently that's requiring so much more money?
Yes, great question. If I were to pick out a line item that had most increase, it would be contractual services. So there had been roof deferments. We have enough buildings in different states of repair that we have to bring in contractors more often. And I don't think that the past few years had enough funding to bring in those roofing contractors to make any progress. There's still multiple deferred maintenance projects that we're still looking to complete. And it had come down to, they would get quotes and then the quotes would be high and then there wouldn't be any progress. And so we're looking to get through that backlog.
Thank you.
Moving into goals, we want to keep being proactive versus reactive, and so one of those ways is to have a robust work order system that brings us in at the right time to evaluate the health of different systems. We want to be ready for winter by having our technicians in there early enough so that nothing catches us by surprise, and we do that by continuing to improve our work order timing and the reviews. Some of the important things that they've done is fine-tune building checks, for instance, so that when you enter into the PD, you're looking for the critical things that are PD related, and when you enter into the library, you look for those things too. Whereas they kind of had started out more generic window checks, that sort of stuff. And so we want to get into the nitty-gritty to look for errors or issues early on based on the different nuances of those buildings. We kind of talked about roof and structural improvements. There are still things around these facilities that need our attention that we need to. The procurement process is cumbersome sometimes because you think that you can get a contractor out to do something at a certain rate with an under procurement, and then you find out it's over that limit, and now you've got to go get 3 quotes. And so if you have 3 projects that all need 3 quotes, you might be dealing with 9 quotes. And so that can get a little bit cumbersome to manage, especially when administratively our staff are doers, and so that paperwork can put a burden on them that's not typical. And then the goal is, of course, to just be proactive enough that we keep and preserve our buildings in good shape. There is a difference, a delta between our budget increases in this and in the graph. So I just want to call it my mistake on the 0.5. It's what the graph shows. Some of our challenges are those older heating, cooling infrastructure systems. They wear out the least opportune time, and so we have to be on top of that. We try to keep them up and running without shocks to the system with expensive replacements. And then there are just nuances to these buildings, especially this one. Whenever we get really high winds, the older boiler is prone to blowing out, and so we may have to respond in the middle of the night to restart the boiler so that we don't come into a 55-degree building, which happened a couple times this last winter with those windstorms. And so we're trying to be cognizant of what the risks are, but also, realizing that full boiler replacement for this building would be cost prohibitive. So keep that old girl working. Some of our operational expanded programs, we want to. We've not been able to really get our hands around the property and lease management system. There's a lot of agreements out there, if it's the Crazy Moose and Teeling Building or the Valley Transit Building. There's a lot of relationships out there that are uh, uh, they're older agreements that are different. They have different relationships, if you will. And so to have that kind of centralized so that we can make decisions based on those documents is something that I'm looking forward to being able to work on. And then we kind of talked about just implementing life cycle replacement plans so we can avoid the high cost emergency repairs. We can be proactive, save funds that way. And then we've been working in the last few years to strengthen internal coordination. So like I mentioned, we lost the boiler at the Bumpus well house. So water and sewer are up to, very busy with their own work. They're able to call on the support of the property facility folks, and they were able to step in. And so we're just trying to break down those silos every day to work towards each group's strengths and do what's best for those facilities. Any questions? Parks maintenance is one that we're looking at an increase in the budget, and this mainly has to do with the seasonal hiring that we have to do. So Parks swells to be our largest division in the summer with mow crews and Alpar and weekend coverage for the parks. And so we have wage pressures on that end with what it takes to meet the market to get reliable summer employees. So we have the flower crew that goes out and manages all the baskets and keeps them watered and fed. We've got the mow crew, like I mentioned. We have the weed harvester operator. And so that group, that division has seen the most pressure with the need to increase wages so that we can fill those positions. We ran into kind of a revolving door last year where the Parks and Property Supervisor was in interviews basically most of the summer trying to keep his team filled, as he would not be able to keep folks that he had trained up. So that's the general reason for the cost increase. Some of the accomplishments, they too have been very effective maintaining their work orders. They are very happy to have completed the Lake Lucille Red Trail loop. So that was something that was identified through coordination between the parks crew and my office, finding a route that'd be exciting to use and interesting for the public and bring value. And so that was proposed, and then we brought that through as a grant. And so that's been paved, and it's very, very popular. There's lots of people that are walking on it now, so we're excited about that. The permanent power at the Iditarod parade field has been really useful. We use those for the Christmas lights, of course, but then also it's extended into the parade field for the event this 4th of July. So that's been something that they've been longing for, and we were excited to be able to get that complete. And I think it adds a lot of value to what's possible in that area, especially with other events. We have quite a few events that like to use that, and so we can kind of offer that now as a facility. And then we have the 2 new restrooms that were installed at the Bumpus Recreational Facility. So we'll be sharing management of those with the soccer group and the softball group, but they'll be on the parks side for overall maintenance. Moving ahead, we want to look at our ADA access in our parking lots and at the different parks. The Parks Department has coordinated pretty effectively with the Roads Department on when they take over separated pathways for maintenance and when the Roads Department does. They have some really nice overlap on heavy equipment operation, and so they've done a great job of figuring out the most efficient way to address all of those. And so they share duties based on equipment and scheduling. And so they're also making great use of the trackless machine that can drive on sidewalks. And so roads will come along and plow with a grader up onto the sidewalk, and then parks can come along with the trackless and manage that. And so I think that coordination and that collaboration has made us very effective with our snow removal and keeps bringing praise from the public as they see that we're out there right away and quite ahead of our neighbors. Those are the accomplishments this year. Any questions on that?
Mr. Gray,
Thank you. So on your second to last bullet there, coordinated with roads to improve separated path plowing for winter safety. So, and you're saying roads is essentially plowing up onto the pathway, and then you're relying on parks to, or parks maintenance, to come by and clear those. Just same day sort of stuff. I mean, a lot of times there's a lot of plowing going on out there.
Yeah, it can be. They try to be as efficient with it as possible, and so the two supervisors have worked out the routes so that the roads can be ahead of them, but Parks comes out right behind them as quick as they can.
And is there a benefit to having the separated pathway when it comes to winter maintenance, or an attached pathways, for instance, a sidewalk, right at the edge of the right of way?
Sure. Well, so a good example of that is like up on Spruce. We have a very large pathway right next to Spruce. So I wouldn't call that separated, but it's large enough that Parks will drive a plow truck on it. And then when we think about like the new KGB separated pathway, we can drive several pieces of equipment. I've seen our trucks on it, and I've seen a grader on it. Kind of depends on what they figured out for efficiency and how large of a piece of equipment it can fit. Having Parks with the trackless has been helpful because when they go down sidewalks, they can immediately move into the parks as well. So the trackless is very effective at both of those. And so that's one of the reasons that some of those will be handed off to Parks, is because they're already in that machine and they're moving in and out of sidewalks and parks without stopping. There's no border to worry about.
Thank you.
All right, major goals. So we continue to prioritize maintenance at all of our recreational facilities. We have a lot of land, and we're always trying to improve it in different ways, depending on what its use is. We talked about the separated pathways. We intend to do an even better job with those, make sure that people can get out and enjoy a healthy lifestyle. And then we want to make our programs as cost effective as possible. And so that's one of the reasons that we're leveraging those assets and not trying to duplicate. If we can get it done with one trackless, we will do it with one trackless and share those loads instead of trying to get duplicative machines when we know what they do best. We talked about the budget increases. We are also shifting towards contractual services for specialized maintenance functions. And so we can do it in-house, but sometimes it's not as efficient. And so we're looking at opportunities to use the experts when necessary. And then there's always just that upcoming cost for new infrastructure. So we're trying to manage existing and aging infrastructure the best we can to reduce and limit those future impacts. Some of the requests that will be coming, we'll talk about the honor guard, the Idita Park honor garden planter replacement. There's also a desire for extending the Bumpus walking path, and that would be on the north side in conjunction with the softball group's request to expand. I believe that's been a vision for a long time, is to kind of formalize some of those trails that may have been horse trails. We want to restore the safe community spaces with new playground replacements. And then the last thing that we're interested in doing is leveraging GIS mapping for the mowing crew. There's much like the winter maintenance, there's a mowing app that helps maintain or manage operations. So when the mowers are in geo-fenced locations. So we can have cost perspective on how long it takes to mow the cemetery, for instance, or how long it takes at the Idita Park mowing. And you can make operational changes. If you have a crew that's really good at big areas and they can just knock it out, but then you have maybe a special operations crew that's in the more complicated areas, or on the utility side where it's more brushing than mowing, having that information is important. And the last thing that would bring is some more oversight on how the weed harvester is doing. And especially we get complaints from the neighbors sometimes that they don't feel like we're ever out in front of their dock. We're always in front of a different dock. Having some, I would like to have some public facing information for the homeowners along the lake on where we go and what we can do, and we can head off some of those concerns by having up to date data for them. And then also maybe talking about if there's depth issues where we just can't get close enough to their docks for them to feel satisfied.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Crafton?
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to jump back to the point you were making about asking for, I mean, you're almost asking for another $100,000 in labor this year for parks. You said a lot of it's due to our temporary, and I understand that. What exactly do we hire all the temps for again?
Yeah, great. So there's daily garbage that has to be cleaned up. So they go around and pick up all the garbage, and so there's those facility checks, make sure that we don't have vandalism, that the garbage isn't overflowing. There's also the bathroom checks. So we have on the weekends especially, we have someone that comes around and makes sure that something nefarious didn't happen in the bathrooms that day. We do have a security group that locks them at night. And then we have the mow crew, which is mostly seasonal hires. We have the flower crew. We have the seasonal weed harvester. And then we have had one temp over the winter to help with snow removal and opening of buildings. So during the winter, especially on the property side, we bring in support so that the buildings are safe for entry, and the parks kind of backfills as necessary, because especially if it's low enough that it doesn't really need to be plowed, but it's affecting safety in and out of buildings, they'll pitch in a hand as well.
Follow up if I could, Mayor. I know with temp positions, I mean, a lot of times people are, I mean, they're looking for extra cash in their pocket type of thing. Is that the biggest pushback we're seeing, is they just don't feel like we're paying them enough for these types of temp positions?
Yeah, so it's probably the most, these positions are probably the most reflective of the general labor market. So if Target is paying more than us, and we're having a hard time filling those roles, then we see that pressure to increase the pay rate a bit. And then we see better applicants, and we see folks that are willing to stay through the long haul, because it's very disruptive to the supervisory staff to have a revolving door of new training, because we're very safety conscious too. So the intake and training process is pretty heavy in the beginning, and to have them sit through several days of training so that they're capable of running a mower and can drive a city vehicle and be trusted to show up at the right spots, and then have them take a new job 2 or 3 weeks later, it's really detrimental to getting the job done in an efficient manner.
And last question, if I could, Mayor. This 80,000, what's the difference in pay we're looking at for the average position? Do we know?
It's
What
a couple
difference that makes?
dollars off the top of my head. It kind of varies based on which role it is, but it's around 18. I may have that.
Ted's shaking his head over there. Ted, did you happen to know what it is? If not, could you guys?
Am I allowed to speak in here?
Yes.
You can shout it at me.
Okay, so in the last couple of years, we've had over 10,000 taken out
Wait,
of the budget.
Jess?
Oh,
Would you come to the mic and state your name, please, for the record?
sure. My name is Jesse Griffiths. I'm the Parks and Property Supervisor here for the city of Wasilla. In the last couple of years, we've lost about a total of $19,000 in this. Our workload has went up through the roof we've had repeated vandalism. That's just, I mean, it's just trying to keep up with these guys is crazy. They're tearing off walls of stuff, painting stuff. The skate park, I mean, that we're going there every day, painting off nasty things that kids don't need to be seeing. So with that, we have increased a ton of our labor. We've taken on, we're at about 63 acres of mowing that's done almost weekly. And that we've ended up having to open up a secondary crew, which means we have 3 people running in one mow crew to 4. And the 4th one is a full-time person who's checking on to make sure the work's done and it meets the standard. The second crew's doing that. We have all the stuff down the highways. I mean, we have a ton of mowing. We put it out to bid this winter to kind of see what kind of cost that is. And for us, even at this amount, if you didn't include anything else, you can't touch it. What they would charge us to carry us through just the summer, just the cemetery alone, the standard bid is about $9,400 per month. So you start figuring that up, it doesn't take very long to overgo our budget and standard. And it still needs to be done. It needs to be done respectfully because that's what our public needs. And so for us, I have a heavy workload, as everybody knows. And to be encumbered with hiring all the time and trying to keep people, the temp is a tough position for people to come into. You have a lot of work and it's physical labor, and you can go to Target and stack clothes on a rack and make the same money and more money. So the people we do have a lot of returning people just because they like the atmosphere, and we work very hard to make sure that people are welcomed. And those guys are probably our most important people because they're cleaning up bathrooms. And if you ever seen some of the bathrooms that you don't have to see of the stuff they do, it's impressive. I've seen some pretty terrible, horrific things that they go in there with a smile, they have a good attitude, and they take care of things. But we need people to maintain doing what we're doing because we're just fighting just to try to stay alive. And the budget's been dropped down. We're fighting this year just to get through this year to the next physical budget to actually get more people. Because I need at least 5 more people counting the boat operator that I don't even have on staff right now, which is killing me as far as getting where I need to go and get the things done that I need to do. Because a body has to be there to get that done. And unfortunately, a lot of the people in our public do not take very good care of our stuff. And that creates a lot of work, breaking of glass. You got the tunnel, they paint down the sidewalls. We painted that 3 times in a year. That stuff, and a lot of our people that have come in to do that for us, as far as volunteer, they're non-existent and they're backing out and they're not there no more. And the special needs group, they don't have funding. So therefore we don't have no help from them this year. And so it's an ongoing thing. And we need the staff in order to get the work you guys need done in order to keep the city at the standard. I think we can do better if we can get the people in here to get that done. So that's why that is. So, I mean, if you take almost 20,000 of that, you're not doing a full 80. You're bringing me back to my budgeted original 100. I think it was 129, 100, something like that. And so you're adding that on top of that. And that's just the increase of labor that we're having here and trying to keep people staffed. Because, we have people leaving, they stay in for a week. They get through the first part of doing all the safety training. They go out and do some physical labor and then they walk out the door. I don't have an answer to why that's happening other than it's our workforce in this day and age, and then you have some where they're just awesome and that's amazing, but it's really hard to keep finding those ones that are that and stay out of the other pool. So if you guys have any other questions?
Madam Mayor, sorry, my question didn't get answered here. I was curious what the translation was for that 80,000. What, like in terms of dollars on the temp employees, are we talking it's a couple dollars more per hour? What were we looking at there?
I'm not thinking it's a huge dollar amount as much as it is more people.
So this is hiring an
We need
additional
more people, yes.
temp. So this gets us how many more? 1, 2, 3?
I don't have that number for you,
Okay.
but we can get it for you.
Yeah, that'd be great if we could hear about that.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Johnson?
do we have an age limit? Do we hire 16-year-olds?
We do in our Alpar for cleaning up trash and stuff like that. When it comes into our temporary staff for working out in the field, it's 18 because we need people that can drive vehicles. And we've tried to a couple of years hiring people that are 16, somewhere in that realm. The problem is
one person doesn't show up and you end up being a bus driver all day trying to get everybody where they need to be. And that's the biggest battle we have, with that, because we've tried that twice, and I would rather not do that if I had a choice, because it just makes it very complicated, because one person doesn't show and it creates a whole pile of not good.
Mr. Graham?
Thanks. And this question is for Eric, but thank you, Jess.
Thank you.
Eric, you presented us several graphs, these annual budget and FTEs. All of them showing a decrease in expenditures for this year. However, on parks maintenance, it shows an increase of 7% after an increase of 18% last year. And you say one of your goals is to outsource as much as possible, which typically is a cost saving measure, not a, we don't outsource to somebody that's more expensive than what we're doing on our own typically. So why is this so different than the other four that you have presented so far?
It comes down to the labor and the size of the parks for the maintenance. So like Jess said, it's very reactionary. We can plan out the mowing, but when there's the vandalism and the response that we have to have, that's something that we haven't found a contractor that will do. Jess did get quotes for just the mowing, and we'll be happy to share those with you, but it was substantially more per hour than our temporary labor costs. And Ted, did you want to chime in?
I was just going to state, Councilmember Graham, is I think Eric's exactly correct. In this one, in the other departments, we actually saw a decrease in salaries and benefits. And if you look at the line item, not line item, but the budget detail, salaries is going up 17% in personnel and 14% in benefits, and that's a majority of that would be that 80,000 increase in the temporary wages.
Okay, but I see, last year we went up 18%, this year we're 7%. I mean, is this a trend we're trying to get used to here, or is this, are we fixing the problem, or are we putting a Band-Aid on it? What, I mean, either way it needs to be fixed, but one of your slides before said you wanted to be more forward thinking, more forward looking. Do you have a feeling for this, whether this is going to be a continuous concern, or like our sales tax, is this going to level off at some point?
I expect it to level off, and I expect us to be able to find a balance with the level of support that the parks require to keep them open. They've made great strides in, unfortunately, hardening a lot of the facilities. So where they used to have porcelain toilets, they have stainless steel now, to try to reduce the amount of vandalism and those costs. I think what ended up happening, because Jess and I have been working through budget shortfalls, is that the temporary money had not, the total had stayed the same, but the rates needed to increase so we could keep people longer. And so he's been doing less work with less people, because he just didn't have the funds to hire the right number of people that he needs. And so our goal this year with this budget is to right size the staffing at a reasonable rate to keep them around for the summer so they can be as efficient as possible.
And is this part of that, the result of, I'm sure you've seen the emails that we've gotten that says that, non-represented employees are not being heard when it comes to, the need for regular pay increases and things like that. Do you think the part of that difference is this, that we don't know about it until after it's a problem?
Yeah, I would say that's true. And I say that I think these are the most seasonal positions that we have, or the rest of the non-reps are typically full time. And so when they look at the job marketplace and they look at their options, they vote with their feet. So if they don't even apply because they find a better paying job, then they're not an applicant for us. Or if they apply for us and stay with us for a few weeks, then find something better. That's actually almost worse than not hiring them at all because of the time and energy that went into training them and getting them ready to be out in the field and then have to do it again and again.
If I may, Madam Mayor, so with other cities, municipalities, boroughs, folks that use seasonal labor, for, don't take this wrong, fairly menial tasks, non-technical tasks, do they have longevity bonuses built in? I mean, after you've been with us for 3 weeks, we give you a raise. After you've been with us for another 3 weeks, are you familiar with? I don't see HR here, so I can't really ask that question, but
I'm not familiar, but I'd be happy to look into that.
thank you.
I thought I saw Jesse shaking his head back there.
Pardon me?
So I thought I saw you shaking your head no back there.
There's not. It's a set start wage and it runs that all the way through the whole thing. There's the only buildup you have is if you have someone come back a second year, then there's a pay increase. It goes, I gotta come to the dais. Okay. That's all right. Okay. So the only pay increases we have is when they come back and they make it from our year is July 1 to July 1. So on their second year, when they come back and they hit July 1 again, then they get a pay bump because everybody in the non-rep gets a pay bump, and that's the only growth they get. There's nothing other than that.
Yeah, and I understand how we're working. Are you aware of other cities? Is that how they work theirs, or?
I try to maintain and focus on our goals here. I don't really go into other cities' stuff because each one of those has its own different set of problems. Because like if you try to go to Anchorage and figure theirs out, they have a much vaster area, which takes more people to accommodate that. So it's really hard to compare apples on that, as far as what I've seen even in some of the studies they've done as far as for us, as far as, what was it that came in and did the evaluation for our pay grades and stuff? They just did it. McGrath. So a lot of the people we're losing from our sewer treatment plant, they're going to Anchorage because the pay grade's bigger and things like that. But what their workload is and how many people they have is not going to match what we do to survive and do what we need to do.
Right, well, and I realize it's probably a bad question for you, Jess. It's more of an Eric thing, maybe we should find out what's going on. I mean, how are other cities, be it here, be in lower 48, able to keep through seasonal workers when they have the same pressures from Target, from Walmart, from, Cane's fried chicken or whatever they call it down there, I think somebody's done a study someplace. I mean, let's see if we can't find one and see if maybe there's an answer, maybe there's not.
Okay, thank you.
The common thing I do hear from different contractors and stuff, because I know a lot of different people, is everybody's having this same problem in the labor force, trying to fill it. Just
Right.
People want the biggest amount of money for the least amount of work,
Mhm.
and that's a reality, And for us, we need more work, and they're like, "Well, I can go over and flip burgers, and I'm gonna get paid the same wage as you out here having me sweat in 70-degree weather pushing a lawnmower all day." And so that's a contention that we're always dealing with.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jess.
Madam Mayor, can we take a 5-minute recess?
We are taking a 5-minute recess. We will be back on the record at 6:23. How are you, Mark?
Good. Late. Might be late.
Madam Mayor. During the break, got with Jackie in finance and talked about some numbers for you for the parks temporary wages. So their current wage is $18.25 an hour. And so this next budget request would fund a little over 10,700 hours, so 10,790 hours. And that's an increase of 4,310 hours. And so that
One more time, how many increase of how many?
4,310.
Well, you know, we could get rid of half of the parks and that'll cut that budget in half.
And you said, what was the
Yeah, we
hourly
could get rid
rate?
of half the sewer system, cut the butts in half.
No, you can't because somebody sued you.
I just dump it in the lake.
1825, Councilman Crafton.
EPA might have something to say about that.
But our master plan should come back and tell us
Going to the beach.
the direction to go, right?
The master, Eric, the master plan,
For the sewer?
For the parks.
Oh, for the parks, right.
Should tell us what direction to go with that.
Yeah, so the master plan will be very dynamic with public feedback. What are the parks used for? What are they not meeting the needs for? And hopefully guide. The goal is to have a very robust public discussion and guide where council and the administration want parks to go in the future. If everyone's all right, we can move to the cemetery fund, which is a handout given to you. It was in the schedule, but it didn't make it into the original PowerPoint. I'll look to the clerks to jump in with any specifics, but there were, we expanded the cemetery last year, added more plots. They've been selling them slowly. I believe there is a request in the future to add another columbarium as we get close to having the last two niches available. And it leads to, of course, quality of life. It's important to have a spot for our loved ones to be buried. And the only real change is that interest income is projected to reach 14,000. Any questions?
Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Eric. So with the recent Memorial Day cemetery walk out there, you know, we've been talking about we don't have any more room to really expand as far as burial plots go. Is there a required distance between the pathway and a burial plot? I just noticed there seems to be about 10 feet between the pathway and the first burial plot. I mean, if we needed to, could we add, you know, I mean, if there's a need to expand the cemetery without expanding the footprint, is that an option? Or?
We can definitely look into that. I have seen other cemetery operations and access for heavy machinery is pretty important. And so having the right width of aisleways so that you can get the right size equipment in is really important. You don't want to create a situation where you have to remove headstones because you don't leave enough space. So we can look at.
Well, what I was talking about was the walking path, the paved path, you know, and then to either side, the distance to the first burial plot. Not the you know,
Okay.
area to move equipment between plots, but the area to get,
How far the plots are wide, basically in the rows of plots.
well, how far do you need to be from the walkway till you get to the first plot?
Okay.
I'm just curious, I don't have any idea.
Through the chair to Councilmember Graham, those actually vehicles drive there. Those, I think you're referring to where the vehicles drive in between. And so we've had instances in the lower section where you don't want to get that too close because over time the road seems to kind of cut. And then you get complaints that people think that somebody's driving on their loved one's lots. So not just pathways, those are driveways, if you will.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Kathy?
Eric, just a quick question.
Mhm.
How often in the summertime is everything in the mowing and everything in the cemetery and cleanup in the cemetery?
Is it weekly? Just give me a number.
How often is it mowed and cleaned?
Once a week.
Jess, you have to come to the,
Well, we won't finish tonight if we do that. Do you have another
I
question?
do, I
Okay.
do. I just a comment basically. When you go through the cemetery, there's all over this lower part of the cemetery, there's piles of branches. Piles here and there, and they've been there for quite a while.
Typically, those are cleaned up every year before Memorial Day. We have a group that comes in from a church and they go through there and help us clean that up. We just got through doing that and filling up, I believe it was a 40-yard dumpster of material out of there. So we're in there advocacy every year. And then some of the other things is we'll start out with benches. How's that? We move those benches once a week, all of them. There's roughly a little over 80 of them in there. In an area that was never supposed to have them. They were all supposed to be flat headstones in the upper one, which increases our work dramatically because every one of those gets weed whipped around because you can't get in there with the machine. So we're in there weekly working on that, cleaning it and we remove the leaves and sticks at least once a year because after the winter and the winds and all that. And this year we've obviously had even worse this year with wind. And I think it's been 5 years since we removed trees out of there, and that has dramatically helped us, but it's still a constant battle.
And I realize that with our winds and things like that, it is, my concern was that when I was at the cemetery for the Memorial Day walk, those piles were still
You need us to go. get
in the
those files.
cemetery,
Yeah.
in the lower section.
Okay.
I'll double check that.
I mean,
make sure it's
as far as mowing and stuff like that, I think you guys have a lot of work and my own family plots. I mean, I keep stuff in my vehicle because I trim around the headstones because it is hard for you guys.
We appreciate it.
But yeah, I know there's a lot of work out there, but I know when I was out there Memorial Day, I heard a lot of comments about the piles of branches. So I wanted to just address that with you.
And there was also a lot of settling that happened over this last year,
Mhm.
and that is being taken care of as of right now. This week, we're working
Okay.
on that. So it's a process with all the other work we have to do as well. And it's not like we have a huge staff to where, most cemeteries have 2 people that maintain their cemetery year round. We don't have that. We do that on top of all of our normal workload. So we don't actually have like staff just to maintain the cemetery, which would be great, but we don't. So therefore, in the midst of vandalism and all the other stuff, we pull back, fix that, and then we get called out for something else. We're never actually able to just stay on task because we have so many things going on. And that's where more people would be very helpful.
One last question. I know a couple of years ago, and I don't know how long it had been going on, but there was a date set every year and there was a letter sent out to everybody that you had to remove your old artificial flowers, move your benches so that they could go in and do big mowing and cleanup. And I know it didn't happen this year and I don't think it happened last year either.
Well, no, if you would, that'd be amazing.
Through the chair to the council, that was actually part of the clerk's office being the maintainer of the records. And unfortunately, that just didn't turn out to be very successful. I would estimate 90% of the letters came back as undeliverable because we don't have current addresses on file.
Because a lot of those letter holders are probably in the ground. Which I'm sure is part of it. I know with especially the lower part of the cemetery and a lot of those lots, and a couple of them are family lots that have so many things on them. I don't know how you can do anything around them.
But
It's
through
quite
the
a
chair,
challenge for you.
To Councilmember Carl, I mean, there's certainly things we can brainstorm to do. Sarah and I have been talking, we can do QR codes. It can just become part of our culture maybe that everybody knows in the spring, through advertising, through noticing. The city's gonna go in and kind of do that initial cleanup. So I think working together, I think there's ideas and things we could do to maybe help improve that.
And we're trying to be respectful of all the people that are up there. And something that to me may look like it isn't nothing, it becomes a big something as soon as I touch it.
Very emotional.
So
yes.
that's one of the other, we need a better strategic of how to deal with that because as soon as you touch one thing, it just starts going and you'll never get out of it. And you're the bad person because you're just simply trying to do your job and keep things maintained for everybody. And we battle that a lot.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Mr. Graham.
So Eric, we're down to one columbarium niche left. What's the lead time on a columbarium? I mean, when did we do the last one? 7 or 8 years ago? It hasn't been that long, but I remember, I'm trying to think, it was like $24,000 or something, so it's been more than a few weeks, because I'm sure they're 50,000 now.
Apologize, I do not remember.
I mean, is there
I'd have to look
a
at that
plan?
too. We've talked about its need, but we don't have a scheduled plan for that yet. And I don't know where we'd put it. We have to do some layout.
Okay, it'd be nice to see a plan, not
Sure.
today, but it'd be nice to see a plan. If we're gonna maintain a cemetery, we should, treat it the same as we do any other property and have a plan for dealing with it.
Agreed. Thank you. On to the sewer division. Water and sewer are a little more complicated to talk about budget reductions. They both have budget reductions, but they're both made up of 4 different accounts. And so if you look in your budget book, you'll see that there's a sewer administration, there's a sewer billing, there's a sewer collections, there's a sewer treatment. So as a whole, the sewer, all 4 combined, are seeing a substantial reduction in the budget. And that has to do along the same lines we talked about with the forecast that finance put together for vacancies, and then also working through some of the overlap, I would say, in funding. So sewer administration has similar accounts to sewer collections and sewer treatment, and so fine tuning where expenditures would come out of each of those, being specific. If it's going to stay in sewer administration, it stays there, but if it was overlapped in collections, for instance, that went away. And so worked very closely with Susan Culligan, who's working as a consultant for us to fine tune those reductions. Some of the accomplishments: we had a very, very stressful winter season with the sewers. We had multiple, close to 50 systems that froze for different reasons. Either the whole system froze or the pump vault froze. But as we kind of talked about earlier with the water side as well, the prolonged winds, the slightly lower than normal temperatures, just rob the heat out of the ground again and again. So when that starts, then that puts us into this daily almost rotation of checking on those systems that can't pump. And so we'd respond to all of those facilities and draw them down with our trucks. And then we suffered vehicle issues as those trucks succumbed to different failures. And so we had to move into a contractor support role where we brought in the private pumpers and kept those facilities from backing up or flooding. And we were very successful. We did not have any major flooding events that caused us risk or payment, if you will, for insurance purposes. But it really wore on the crew and hit us pretty hard as we try to keep all of those working. I included a picture in the slides of a frozen vault. You can see that before it froze, the condensation was freezing on the walls, and then it just works its way down as the temperature gets lower and lower. We had over 250 after-hour calls, and 450 sewer locates just in the summer. So if they weren't swamped in the summer, they were swamped in the winter with different requirements. We're prioritizing improvements at this wastewater treatment plant, and there'll be a significant ask in the capital improvement projects for that. We continue to focus on public health and safety as we respond to those emergencies. They're very important to us, and with our partnership with MACCOM, we have someone on call 24 hours a day to respond to prevent major issues. And we are working, of course, in the master planning arena with the operations staff, making sure that those decisions make sense to make sure that we can meet operational goals. Any questions? Of course, we want to move ahead with aligning our infrastructure failures so that we can move from a reactive to a proactive position. We have more than 900 lift stations. And so moving towards a system that'll allow us to know the health of those pumps before they fail will be immensely beneficial cost savings wise, but also every time we have a pump fail and we have to wait for an alarm to go off, that's a risk of a major event that might impact someone's home or business, shutting them down or causing damage that we are responsible for. So we don't want to let it get that far. The other problem is that our systems, when they, especially if we have a power outage or a breaker trip, the whole system goes offline and the alarm doesn't work. And so you can not know that your system's not going to alarm because the whole thing is tripped, and that's not an intrinsically smart system. We, of course, have regulations that we have to maintain, and so we have our goal, of course, is to meet those standards and collect the samples and report them to the state. And we're very close to being able to permit the new digester project and the discharge program. So we're working with DOT right now, ADEC right now to have them review those documents and make major progress this summer. One of the main budget updates is that, as Ted has alluded to, is that we're looking at rate increases for water and sewer based on the expenditures and the revenue curves. Sewer, is a very expensive very expensive system because of the complexity of it. To have that many pumps, that many vaults, that many septic tanks, and the requirement that we address all of them on a regular basis means it's a very expensive system to touch. We talked about the fleet issues, and some of the reductions were undoing some of those overlaps, especially on the sewer administration side. So that's where some of the cost savings is found. And then we have also moved some of the capital budget in. We have a operations requirement to meet. So emergency response, especially if we have like a sewer main break, having that contractual support to respond to that. We don't have internal heavy equipment operation within sewer, so we pull contractors in. So that's been accounted for in this budget as well. We're implementing increased software, GPS software, so that we can identify those locations. The water side is very well known because of the interconnect work, and we're looking to replicate that on the sewer side so that we can be more efficient with our locates and digging up repairs, and then look into the future, possibly bringing contractors on board for extra locating services. We're going to expand the wastewater treatment plant. We're looking to improving our billing process through the ERP system. That's one of the fundamental changes, is that utility billing will be through that. And we have a pumping backlog that we're working through to get our customers back onto a regular schedule so we can be more preventative. Any questions?
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Crafton?
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of going back to the legacy septic tank issues and the issues we're having with freezing vaults. I know we're in the midst of the master planning for the sewer, but has there been conversations about doing what we can to delay any replacements and the issues we're seeing to basically move away from this, so this doesn't happen anymore? Is that something that we're seeing in the master plan yet, or have you had those conversations?
Yes, we are having those conversations. The short-term need, especially with those legacy replacements, is to address current issues. So we have major concerns with groundwater infiltration directly impacting the amount of flow that we have to the plant. And so those needs are immediate. And so we're trying to get that under control because of how impactful, especially around the lake and the creek, that daily inflow is on our limits. In the broader sense of if we come up with a new system, I don't think it'll be the integration of whatever the new master plan is, means that it'll be the long view, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So these legacy replacements are immediate repairs because of system failures today. So
we're replacing the failed ones now,
yes.
but any that, even though they technically are past lifespan, we're saying you're not broken, we're not.
We have a backlog of known failures that we're not even worried about, unknown failures at this point.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Madam Mayor, Eric, thank you. Two questions. The 20% rate increase, are you planning that as a one-time or is it a phased-in approach?
That's a great question. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. So the discussions that we've had at this level of the budgeting process is a 20% increase to the rate as it stands with per 1,000 gallons. And so it wouldn't be, it would just be a direct increase from, let me bring that up to you. So right now, under code, wastewater is billed at $10.32 per 1,000 gallons. And so if you, and that's the minimum basically, it's based on your water usage. And so if you are under 5,000 gallons of water usage, your sewer bill is $51.60. The proposed rate increase is taking that $10.32 and multiplying it by 20%, which would increase it to $12.38. If you were still under that $5,000 gallon usage limit, you would see a monthly increase in your sewer bill of $10.30. Now, if you use more than 5,000 gallons, it goes up by that increment. So it's a sliding scale based on water usage. But the way it's based on the water system is that a person that doesn't exceed the 5,000 gallons of water used would see a $10.30 increase.
Okay, that was the first question. Thank you. Second one, do we actually have a standard design for uplift stations, pumps, controllers? And I mean, I know that our particular condominium association is non-standard, and you're trying to maintain a non-standard. So do we have a standard that we would go to and want people to meet on all development projects?
Thank you for that question. We have several standards based on the size and complexity of the system. Sometimes they have one pump in the pump vault. Sometimes they have two. It really depends on the specific details of the facility. So if we use your condominium as an example, being a multi-family residence, it would have an engineer design it. Whereas if it was a single family home, we have standards for what size tank it is and what our standard pump is. So it's a little bit difficult to say exactly what's necessary until we know the details of each facility. There are increases in, how do I say this? There are off-the-shelf packages that can provide the inner workings of the pump controller, for instance. And so those tend to be less expensive because a UL listed designer has made it and you can install it. As you get more bespoke, it gets more expensive. So if you have to have two pumps, you may have to pick a system that's a bit more custom made. And it does come down sometimes to the developer's choice of their plumbing subcontractor, what they're used to installing. Because the relationship typically is a new install, for instance, is built by the developer and then it's accepted by the city. And we'll give some guidance on what will meet our standards, but they do have some flexibility to choose different manufacturers as long as they meet our standards. And then there's different materials for different tanks, different access levels, depending on where they put it. It can be very site specific based on whatever the development is.
But if we give them the flexibility, we end up eating the long side costs. So why don't we standardize and say, this is what you're going to use if you're going to connect to our sewer system and be done with it. That way you stock and you one particular system and you know what it is and it'll be a lot easier to maintain rather than a developer coming in and giving you the cheesiest crap that he can get because he wants to make money.
That is a great observation, and without having, that will be part of the master plan, is to give a standard that says this is what the city will accept and won't accept, to push that back on their developer. The historical past has been the developer gets to propose and ask if that'll be acceptable or not. So to get ahead of that and have some pre-approved and limit those pieces of infrastructure is definitely on our goal list.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. So one of your bullets for major goals says complete new discharge permit. What is the age of that process? I mean, haven't we been doing that for like 5 years now, or working with
been
through all the
10.
different hoops to get that permit?
Yeah, it's been more than 10 years.
And when would be a reasonable expectation in your learned mind that we would actually get that permit or get denied that permit?
That's a great question. The way that I try not to give an hour dissertation. It began as an introspection of, so it began with a pilot study request. And so what the previous public works director said was, hey, DEC, we think that the wetlands will be useful for the final treatment of this wastewater. So the pilot study said, well, you need to go and you need to identify the condition of the wetlands before anything happens. Go out and do a bunch of monitoring. We need very detailed data of the pre-disposal condition. They did 2 summers worth of that. It started, I forget when it started, but they had a summer, a winter, and a summer again of data. And then they got permission to construct the outfall pipes. They did that, and then they were able to ramp up discharge into that system. And they did that for 3 years, I believe. And then they were collecting data while it was discharging, and they were collecting data how the wetlands were doing. And then the permit was not renewed, and then it kept operating without renewal. And then when I got here in October 22, I was told a month later that it hadn't been renewed in more than a year, and so we had to stop it. And so it went back into the beds. So we have not discharged into that since November of 22. We've been collecting the data still, and what DEC said was, well, we can't even consider discharging into the wetlands if it's still waters of the US. So then we had to go through the process to have the Army Corps of Engineers remove it from the waters of the US jurisdiction. And that required us to provide them with multiple permit applications and walk through their process and come up with a plan that showed how we would consider it a wastewater treatment facility so that they could do that. They do have some purview where they're allowed to do that. And so we designed what we want to build, and we went through the Army Corps and said, let's do this. And now we're in the point of showing the state DEC that it's removed from waters of the US and that we want permission to build the facility. And then when it's completed, then we can apply for the discharge permit. At first they were going to be very linear. Must complete one, then you can apply. And they've just given us, with support from the administration and working through our lobbyist and the director, they've given us permission to apply concurrently now. And so we're working on completing that document so that we can apply concurrently in the next few months and construct this winter, so that when it's done constructing, we expect them to make a decision. And so that's changed in the last 2 weeks, thankfully, and we have another corresponding meeting with the DEC in another couple weeks with our consultants again to make sure once and for all that everyone's on the same page and that we know what the permit requirements will look like this winter once we're done constructing, so that we can submit it back to DEC and say, these are the permit standards. We're gonna process the water to this level here and that level there, and we'll expect a permit from that. And so, as your question was, when will the rubber meet the road? It should be this winter.
Okay, thank you. Detailed explanation, which was worth every word. Thank you very much. The second question would have to do with the bottom bullets where you talk about expanded programs. Expansion of the sewer treatment plant to prevent constraints on new development. Now, as I recall, we went in and basically bought a bunch of wetlands, to do the outfall project that you were just talking about. Are you talking about getting more land here to make that happen? And at what level are we gonna kind of be maxed out? I mean, right now you're at about 400,000 gallons, with this expansion that you're talking about, number one, are we buying more land? And number two, if we do buy more land, what would our capacity be?
Great question. So the only other land we're anticipating purchasing is parts of the properties to the south of us. So those are the property owners that have been very proactive in communicating with us on our project. So we're working through appraisals and acquiring those so that we don't have to put any structures in the wetlands, which you can't see property lines through the wetlands. So we're trying to keep that cohesive. But other than that, we don't have any intention to buy any more land. We want to get the permit to raise our discharge permit to 500,000 gallons. And then we will be working back upstream to meet more strict regulatory requirements so that we eventually turn what is a discharge permit into a disposal permit where the water is considered treated and there's no reason that we need the wetlands to do any more treatment. It's now just a licensed place to put the water.
So the capacity, if we do get that disposal permit, would pretty much remain the same because it depends on the physical plants to process the sewage.
Correct.
Is that okay?
Yeah, so say for instance, we get the permit for 500,000 gallons. We'll continue to monitor its effectiveness. And it is possible that we say, well, the wetlands are very effective. Could we extend it more? And we'd work through DEC if they allow that. If they say no, it can only treat 500,000 gallons a day, then we move upstream for better treatment, and then we're just disposing into the wetlands. And then that's not a flow an issue. It can handle much more flow physically. It's we're feeling the limit of treatment is 500,000 gallons a day.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on to water. Water is very similar in the 4 different accounts with admin, billing, treatment, and distribution. And so the overall reduction is in line with also asking for a rate increase. FTEs are staying the same. Some of the accomplishments, we do daily rounds on the water system to about 12 facilities, making sure that everything's in order, that our low chlorine residuals are at the right level, making sure that everything's stocked correctly and that they're hygienically maintained and that we don't have any pump issues. We have a lot of pump sites. Oh, sorry, thank you. This is a picture of some of our hydrant flushing as we try to address sedimentation that causes brown water, which is very distressing to our customers. So we are trying to do a better job with that. We responded to 12 frozen water lines to homes this year, which is unusual. And what we saw was the excessive frost depth meant that we were freezing down to more than 10 feet. And so that meant that the really long lines were most susceptible. And so we had to do thawing, bring in outside contractors so that we could thaw appropriately. We had more than 500 work orders to maintain, test, and repair fire hydrants. And we have a tremendous number of locates. We did more than 1,100 locates over the summer. And there's a big peak, of course, during the summer, but there are still locates during the winter for emergency projects or other needs. We're always trying to align our goals with providing quality drinking water and fire protection for the community. We want to continue to pursue funding to upgrade our infrastructure so we can attract large-scale development. And we're identifying gaps in capital needs and deferred maintenance costs and the right solutions to match those. Any questions on that? We're trying to monitor and resolve all of our water quality complaints. We realize that it's very impactful. It doesn't fill people with confidence when we have sedimentation. And so we're trying to treat at the source with filtering, especially at our bulk water station, but then also have the capacity to get out and maintain the water systems by flushing appropriately. And one of the outgrowths of the interconnect project was to have an infrastructure map of our water lines and put that into that water modeling program called KY Pipe. And then we can use that to identify, because we're keeping track of water quality complaints, where we need to address flushing, and we can get, and how to arrange the valves in such a way that we can get velocities high enough in those pipes that we stir it up and get it out the fire hydrants. And that, we've never been able to do that before. And so I'm really excited to leverage that this summer to address the sedimentation that I think is really pervasive in the downtown area, because it's the oldest section and it's the lowest section. So our water comes out of Spruce, comes across downtown, and then goes back up to the Home Depot side. And so this is just kind of the low area. And with its age and with its elevation, I think it's has excessive proneness to sedimentation. And so we want to find ways to flush it without causing too much impact and try to get ahead of that, much like roads is trying to get ahead of their stormwater cleaning. The request for revenue increase stems from, the ongoing escalation in operations costs. Our water system is far less complicated than our sewer system, but it is still basically turning electricity into water. And then we have infrastructure that stores that water for emergency use. And we do have the Richmond Hills Booster Station and a few others with Bumpus and Mission Hills. Those have pumps and VFDs, which are variable frequency drives that turn those on effectively. So there's ongoing costs with keeping that system running. And then we're also looking at repurposing some of the initial city funds that went to the Herman Road Water Tower back to sewer utility, because the administration has been so effective with state, local, and federal grants. We feel that the water funding is adequate enough that we can repurpose those monies back to sewer for better use of those funds. And we're looking forward to the same ERP billing assistance. We talked about the flushing program, and we're looking to completing that SCADA system that allows us to see how the system's operating. When we know where Spruce is making most of the water, where is it going? We have these we have the ability to have these checkpoints, if you will, to just see kind of where the water's flowing. We have flow meters that allow us to know when people are using hydrants, both allowed and not allowed. And so to have a better overview of how the water system's doing is an important growth in our water management, water safety.
Madam Mayor.
Ms. Scott?
Eric, I know it's been a focus and really important to be able to have water capacity for commercial and for being able to expand commercial. Can you tell me what percentage of our residential residents, not multi-housing, like the condominiums and stuff, but how many of our residential properties are on city water?
Oh, I do have those numbers. I would have to make sure they're accurate before I give that to you, but it's
If
We
just kind of
have-
a ballpark
yeah.
percentage. I
so
don't
we have
expect
we have
exact.
1,800. Sorry, is that 8? Looking at John. We have 1,000. We have 1,180 customers or 1,800 customers.
1,800 meters.
1,800 meters, and so that I would say that probably 60% are residential, but I can get you the exact number. It's broken down in our forecast as we look at rate increases, but it's more than 60% are residential.
Okay, I must be in that lower percentage then. Okay, because most of the subdivisions that have been put in the city, they're on city water, is that correct?
No, Mission Hills is the part of the a lot of I would have to pull up a map to give you the answer, but I can give you exactly how many residential we have.
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Crafton?
Thank you, Mayor. I think Crystal's brought this point up many times before. We're not charging any difference between residential and commercial customers, and that's both for water and sewer, correct?
That is correct.
And with this 20%, is this an across the board residential and commercial? Have we considered doing something different for commercial versus residential?
Yes, so it is something different. So currently, right now, everyone is billed at $9.12 per thousand, or you could think of it as 9/10 of a cent. So it comes out to just less than 1 cent per gallon. And so the minimum means that if you don't use more than 5,000 gallons, you just pay the 45.57, and it seems like a flat rate to you. You're metered still, but you use 4,500 gallons and you paid 45.57. Use 4,800 gallons, you're still paying 45.57, and it just scales all the way up. And so what we found, and what you'll see with the Waterworth presentation, is that means that the majority of the residential users use something like 26% of the water, but they pay for more than 32% of the fees. And so when anyone is under the 5,000 gallon limit, they're offsetting the higher users at the same rate. And so the proposed rate scheme breaks it down by user. Breaks it down by the amount of use. And so what we'll be sharing with the council is the first rung is 0 to 4,000 at the same rate, $9.12 per gallon. And then from 4,000 up to 10,000, it goes up to 9.3. 10,000 up to 20,000, it goes up to 11.75. 20,000 to 50,000 is 13.25, and over 50,000 is 15.25. So you see an escalation. The more water you use, the more your rate is. And what that does is it's specifically done to balance out the 50 highest users versus the majority of people that never get close to their 5,000 gallon use. And I realize I rattle off a bunch of numbers. The presentation on June 8th will have all of the graphs and will explain it far better than I did. But that's the basic breakdown, is that the proposed water increases are more rigid and structured than the sewer side.
Okay, and then follow up too is talking still about that rate increase there. Water's operating, I mean, we're generating more than what we're expending. Why are we doing a rate increase on that one as well?
Great. Well, I'll lean to Ted on that, but the general idea is that it is supposed to be building a fund that it funds its own projects, and that we don't dip into the general fund stabilization balance. But I'll let Ted speak to that a little bit more clearly.
The other item on that, Councilmember Crafton, is that the graphs that you're seeing are on a cash basis. It is still not covering all of its depreciation. So as you're looking at how you're going to fund water into the future, we're not covering all the cost of using the system either. So, and that gets very complicated due to the fact that in the past you had a very high mixture of governmental funds to city funds. But the thing that the council has to look at, and as you set your policies on that, are you going to keep having that same type of mixture of federal and state funding versus city as you go forward? So again, the graph that I'm sure you're seeing was the one that shows where it crosses.
Yeah.
And that's due to the fact that we state that we really need to start covering our depreciation too, because our water fund is going down to the fact, due to the fact that financially, when you're calculating net position, that depreciation is a cost. We're really lucky that, I think I spoke before about it being 50-year assets compared to like airport being 20. But that fund is going to be going down about 3 or 4 million just due to the fact, well, one is we are transferring 2.8 million, but also due to the fact that we're not covering all the depreciation.
So it'll be difficult for us, it's the ones that actually have to make the rate change, because we're the ones approving it, to justify to our constituents that are paying it. I mean, I'm included, I'm on public water. I mean, there's a reason why we have our reserves capped at a certain amount. I mean, you don't want to be sitting there with, you know, years and years worth of funds, because then it looks like you're overtaxing. And there's why are you collecting so much if you're not able to even spend that amount of money? That's, I mean, well, I don't disagree with you on the situation that once we factor in depreciation, technically it's not really operating positively. How do we justify that explanation at that point? Because again, it's how you look at it on face value and what the perception is. And the perception looks like we're collecting more than what it actually costs to operate this fund.
And in truth, you're correct that on a cash basis, yes, we are collecting more than the cash expenditures. So, and that is truly a policy decision as you go forward. The reason we looked at it is, again, that the unrestricted amount of net assets is going down every year due to the fact that we're not covering depreciation and those other items. But again, that's definitely a policy decision for the council to make, that if they want to keep it a cash basis, because on the water side, as you're looking at that, we're not even covering any of the depreciation, even with the 20% increase. So I understand what you're stating, and that could be reduced.
Sounds
Or
like
you could use the general fund to cover
to cover.
depreciation.
Sounds like next week's meeting presentation for the sales tax analysis is going to be pretty beneficial to help us determine how we want to proceed forward with this. So, or not the sales tax, it's the rate analysis for this. Thank you. Sales tax is coming up though. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So I think because we're on the subject, and I think if I could ask the clerk to read in the memo that I did pass out so that it is on record, that would be beneficial.
It's up to you. Any objection?
I mean, not to be read, does it have to be read, or the fact that you mentioned it?
Well, we're talking about all of this, and I just thought it's the right thing to do. Did you read it before?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
Yeah, and I would
I
agree,
would-
we just have it entered into the record as opposed to.
I would love that, yes,
Is
if
that
we
a
could.
Possibility.
Well, generally, no, I'm not attaching it. Generally, no.
So if,
It's not what we, I mean,
so if Ms. Rubio would want it in the record, it would have to be read into the record.
well, we don't do verbatim minutes, but yeah, it would, you'd hear my audio, I mean, yes, you'd hear it on the recording. Do you want to take a vote? Is there a motion?
Is there anybody objecting? If it's okay.
No objection? Okay. Okay, so here is a memo to City Council and Mayor Leonard from Councilmember Elena Rubio dated June 1st, 2026, FY 2027, waste and sewer rate proposal, planning, funding, and process considerations. The FY 2027 proposed budget transmitted to council presents a proposed 20% rate increase for both the water and sewer enterprise funds. Before any rate adjustments are advanced for consideration, several key planning and process components remain outstanding and should be addressed to support informed, transparent, and sustainable decision-making. Planning and rate setting considerations, the water and sewer master plans have not yet been completed. These plans are a foundational element for understanding system conditions, prioritizing infrastructure needs, and evaluating long-term rate impacts. Advancing significant rate adjustments prior to completion of these documents limit the ability to assess whether alternative scenarios could maintain or moderate proposed increases. It's also essential to allow sufficient time for planning, public notice, and meaningful public engagement before implementing rate changes of this magnitude. A structured and deliberate process is necessary to ensure transparency and informed decision-making. Budget and funding implications. Current financial conditions differ between the enterprise funds. Water fund has sufficient fund balance to absorb the impact of not implementing a 20% rate increase in FY 27. No rate adjustment is required at this time. For the sewer fund would require a general fund appropriation of approximately $355,000 to maintain operations in FY 27 if the 20% rate increase is not implemented. Given these conditions, I respectfully request council to consider directing administration to prepare a budget amendment reflecting the 20% increase for the sewer fund, supported by a general fund transfer during the interim period, while master planning and further evaluation of long-term rate requirements are pending. For the water fund, the current financial position supports maintaining existing rates pending completion of the water master plan and further evaluation of long-term rate requirements. Public outreach and transparency. There is yet to be a dedicated public outreach process specific to these proposed rate adjustments. While rate changes are typically included within the broader budget process, that process is often complex and fast-moving, creating a risk that significant rate adjustments may not receive the focused public attention and transparency they warrant. This is not an intentional outcome, but it is recognized procedural risk when rate changes are embedded within the overall budget document rather than evaluated through a more focused and standalone public process. For this reason, any consideration of rate adjustments should include clear and deliberate public engagement process with adequate notice, transparency, and an opportunity for public review prior to final adoption. Capacity and timing. At present, there is limited capacity to fully evaluate long-term rate impacts until the sewer system expansion plan and related master planning efforts are completed, or until funding requirements and implementation timelines are better defined. Without this framework, it's difficult to responsibly advance rate decisions or fully evaluate alternative rate structures. Process questions for further review. Several key questions remain for further consideration. Are there alternative scenarios that could maintain stable rates or support a phased approach? What is the appropriate sequencing of master planning, public outreach, and rate adoption? How should interim funding needs be addressed while long-term planning is completed? Conclusion, this item is presented for process clarification and planning alignment. The intent is to ensure that rate setting discussions are made with complete information, appropriate public engagement, and a clear understanding of long-term infrastructure needs and financial sustainability.
Thank you, Madam Clerk and Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Graham.
I'm sorry, it sounds like Ted had something.
Okay, Ted.
Yes, Mayor, and I just want to let the council know that if they didn't do anything with water and didn't do an increase, there would be nothing that would have to be changed in the budget. With sewer, with WMC 5.04.025C, that we are estimating that if something isn't done on the revenue side, that it would bring the unrestricted net assets under the 50%. And that is the reason why, if you did not do some type of rate increase, then you would need to do a general fund transfer. As Councilmember Rubio stated that in her letter that the unrestricted balance in the water fund can, over several years, still absorb, you know, depreciation or losses, whereas the sewer can't. And if you're looking at that in your page, you'd be looking on 231, which shows the fund balance page for that. So again, based on the way we do our budget, if you didn't pass a water increase, then it would just flow down and reduce that unrestricted net assets in the balance sheet. But with the budget, it does state that under the fund stabilization for utilities, that the council isn't supposed to allow the fund balance or the unrestricted net assets to go below 50% of operating expenditures.
Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Ted. So coming back to Eric here, you know, at the last meeting, we talked about utility locates and how your water people, which are pretty highly trained, are doing utility locates. And we didn't really talk about why they're doing them instead of why they're not being contracted out with the others. Like, when we do a utility locate for water, I mean, we're just locating the utility in the right of way, or are we locating it onto the property? I mean, and is that part of why what you've got going on is that way? So
Great question. Thank you, Councilmember Graham. So it depends on what the client needs. So we're a partner in 811, Dial Before You Dig. And so they'll contact 811 and explain to them what they're looking for, and then we get a notification. And so it may just be in the right of way. It may be all the way up to the house. It just depends on what they're asking for. And so, for instance, this is more on the sewer side, but the residents around Lake Lucille are all gonna get MTA fiber this summer. And so they need us to locate everything up to the house because our water, there's less water, but our sewer system goes all the way up to the house because of the control box and the tanks, that sort of thing. And so those are very detailed locations because they may be running their fiber main down the right of way, so we'll locate that, and then they're going all the way to the house. So then we have to identify where those pump control wires go. So each locate is a little different based on what the caller is asking for.
and there's not an opportunity to train a contractor on what to do, or to have the contract say, you know, your people need to have this level of qualification to do the job, or?
There, as you mentioned, there is the opportunity to do that. We've just never been situated to use them. So we had analog drawings, and it was just long-term operators knew where everything was. So I don't know of any historical investigation into hiring contractors. But I think that we're getting close enough with the trustworthiness of our mapping that we could look at that for the first time.
It would be nice to look at, not necessarily for this year, but that's the goal. Also, you know, to come back to Mr. Crafton's comment about the political palatability of transferring $2.8 million from water into sewer, and then telling people, well, we're gonna raise your water rates 20%. We haven't had a good old barn burner meeting since we talked about marijuana, but I'm betting that one, that series of meetings would be pretty close there. So, yeah, that's gonna take some good tap dancing, I think, to convince the council that that's a politically acceptable thing to do, you know. We get fired every couple of years, so, you know, it's just a matter of whether we want to have a longevity bonus the next time around. But yeah, I'm concerned. I understand the philosophy behind it, but, you know, maybe we need a PR firm to figure out a good way to sell that, because I'm not hearing it so far, so, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Crafton?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think to clarify what Ted had said a moment ago, the 20% rate increase is built into this budget for sewer, but not for water. Is that what I heard?
The 20% is recommended as a rate increase, so it is in the revenue. Again, if it's
You
not,
want to turn your mic on? Thank you, Crystal.
Oh,
There you go.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
if it's not passed, a rate increase isn't passed in water, it just means our projection, because revenue is a projection, not an actual budget per
Yeah.
se. Our budget ordinance is the actual expenditure side.
Right.
So if it's not passed, we would, based on, especially if the council said, we want this revenue projection number reduced by 20%, we could reduce that, and then it would go into the actual book. So it can be done that way too. I mean, it's just,
It's
if the
kind of,
council does not believe that they want, if you understand what I'm saying here, if the council says, we don't want, for example, consideration of any rate increase right now, as we go forward, we could reduce the revenue side too at the same time, change the summary pages, and just show the decrease in fund balance.
maybe I need to ask the question differently. It might be a question to the clerk. If we, like, say we pass the budget right now, would we effectively have a 20% increase to our sewer? Is that what I'm understanding, or is it a?
No.
No,
Sorry, I'm seeing different heads shake here.
Okay,
It's projected follow-up with an ordinance.
Okay, that's what
'Cause
I'm
you
understanding.
have to change
Yes.
it in code.
That's what I
But I
thought.
mean, you're gonna have to deal with the fact if you adopt the budget, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ted, it shows that 300 and if you do, it's kind of a, they should go in tandem.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I'm understanding.
But-
And that's what I was trying to get at was
it,
technically they're two separate ordinances. We're gonna have an ordinance for the budget. We're gonna have an ordinance for rate increase.
but the ordinance for the budget, and again, it's the intent. There is nothing in the budget ordinance that states the revenue for sewer is going to increase at 20%. If you look at the ordinance itself, and maybe Holly would have a different opinion, you are only showing the expenditure side, and it states in the ordinance that you will have enough revenues to cover those expenditures.
Gotcha.
But
So-
like I said, I mean, the
But we're gonna
cleanest
be
way
sitting here
is to
figuring out
just
what we're doing
state
next.
that you don't want the 20% increase shown in the budget document itself for water and sewer. If that is the directive of the council, we can recalculate everything based on that reduction, if that makes sense.
Yeah, correct. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Eric.
all right. If everyone's all right, we'll move on to the airport. Airport's seeing a similar reduction in operation costs. We had added a half an FTE last year and are keeping that. There's no new increase from last year's half an FTE add. Some accomplishments. So the airport's been very successful at receiving state and federal funding packages. And we're looking at, we've already purchased some property. We've got more property that we're looking at, and we've discussed this before, but we'll be bringing those purchase requests back to the council when they're Appraisals are complete and ask for permission to move on those. We had a very successful snow removal season this year. We really stepped up our maintenance and also notification of the runway conditions with the operations of Blackhawk and some other A&P companies at the airport. They're useful, they need to know how the runway was doing. And so we instituted runway inspections every day and put NOTAMs out to the pilots so that they could know, and we saw a great increase in use. A couple pictures I want to share was we incorporated the 1200 Aero flight tracking software and module, and so that's that graph that you see, and it just shows that we saw the kind of seasonal spring increase as we got towards summer. The green bars are home-based airplanes, and so we had a lot of airplanes that were kind of shut off for the winter, right? They're just kind of tied down and hanging out. And as they got more and more use, as more came online in the spring, their transponders were counted as home-based. And so you see us kind of get to the point of knowing basically our fleet. And then the blue bars are different operations between landings, takeoffs, go-arounds, parked aircraft, that sort of thing. The other picture I included was a turboprop plane that had an issue at Merrill Field and went through a fence. You may have seen that in the news. And so, of course, it needed to be repaired. And they took the wings off and trucked it to our airport so that Blackhawk could work on it. So pretty interesting, the good work that they're already doing, the services they're providing to Alaska-based aviators. And it was pretty fun to see that thing roll up to the airport. They continue to have a tremendous amount of business and are really helping our flight numbers in the right aircraft size that moves the needle with the FAA. So we completed the airport master plan. So that was a long process. It's very interesting to see. And we are marching ahead with the next set of projects as the FAA requires us to do that. And then they are funding partners in those. And we have what's called the ALP or Airport Long Range Plan and AIP, which is the Airport Improvement Plan. We leverage those with FAA money, and we've had a very successful program of preemptively getting the permitting done so that when the end of the federal fiscal year comes around in late August, early September, FAA is hearing from usually their DOT groups that they may not be ready for the next round of funding, and we can jump in and say, well, this project's permitted. Can we have some money? And our requests are usually quite a bit smaller than DOT's, and so that's been very successful. The taxiway Kilo is underway. That was a very pivotal project that was approved last year. We're very excited about that. It's going to lead directly to more users that move the needle even more with FAA. Because of our coordination with the multiple users that we discussed, we have satisfied the FAA planning department's requirements for making a case for the first extension out to 5,100 feet. So that's a huge success with our tracking and our coordination and getting the details of how our airport is helping our community. And so some of those use cases are pretty fascinating. So these usually Western Alaska air transport companies come in with their turboprop planes and they need service overhaul, that sort of thing. They come in and get the work done, and then they load that plane to the hilt with supplies from Wasilla and fly back home. So Silver Skies and Blackhawk are getting deliveries from all the businesses, Lowe's, Home Depot, Target, Fred Meyer's. They load up on supplies before they leave. And so that was a bit of information for FAA because they thought, oh, they arrive empty and they leave empty. And weight is a big deal for FAA because of safety. So if you make it clear that that plane is loaded and it needs to be able to take off safely, then the runway length comes into play. And then the condition of the runway during the winter comes into play. And so you need a longer runway that's in good condition to meet those minimums. And so that understanding of operations was pivotal for FAA to understand. We also got notification that there was a flight that came in that they, they utilized to have 8 ladies come in for medical care. So they plan that around that. So we have medical flights bringing folks in to use our resources too. So it's been really neat to learn how the community is rallying behind our on-site contractors and the value that they're bringing to Wasilla every day.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Eric, how many lots are left that we're attempting to purchase?
Attempting to purchase for the runway extension.
Yes.
So there are probably 12 off the top of my head we have numbered up to 23 and we've purchased 7 of them, I believe. So if we exclude a few that were less necessary for runway safety, that brings us down to 20. So it's 6 or 7, there's 12, about 12 that remain.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Crafton?
Thank you, Mayor. On the lot purchasing, what is our expected cost of those though? Because I understand that 1 or 2 of them have become more expensive than we originally expected.
Yes, so we had talked last fall about the lot that's on the southwest side of Foothills Boulevard or Drive. It's a very large lot. It's 20 acres, has 2 buildings on it right now. One is a home that was turned into a assisted living facility, and the landowner had been going through the process to subdivide into 14 lots. And so that's been a very detailed appraisal. It had their business ventures inside of it. It had the infrastructure they already started. It had their development costs inside of it. The appraisal costs came back a little over 3.1 million. And so we'll be bringing that with background on purchase options and funding options, and also some updates on some more federal funds that are tied to the airport. So while we are seeing cost escalations in property acquisition, we're also doing quite well with even more funding coming to the airport for the expansion of the runway.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Eric. 2 questions. Blackhawk is currently planning on increasing their space. Where is that project? I mean, I think they're increasing by almost 70%.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, so their next facility will be bigger than their current
Okay.
facility. Yes.
And their current facility, I know, has 23 full-time A&P mechanics that make very good money.
Mhm.
And so we will double that at least,
Mhm.
okay, on that.
Yep.
Do you know if there is any plans for attracting fuel sales vendor to the general public at our airport?
We do have a fuel sales location in the master plan. Our current expansion focuses on securing the lot that's next to them. That's the last leasable lot we basically have. Securing that with them through a lease soon. They have been doing their due diligence to make sure that their building will fit in that footprint. We have to be careful about future taxiway Juliet, which could cross the road in the master plan, and so we have to there's building restriction lines, is what they're called, to make sure that they can fit in that, meet our land use code for parking requirements. We're not seeing any showstoppers, so they're working through their site design with their design team, figure out how the building will be situated and what the total count of parking stalls will be. And then for more development, we'll have the 6 lease lots on Taxiway Kilo, which will be available this fall when it's done.
Yeah, I mean, if we can come up with a fuel sales vendor here for the general public, we should be able to reap a whole big increase in sales tax. And that there's a multitude of small little airports in and around the valley who have no fuel. And currently, as far as I know, having been an airplane owner, I'd have to go to Palmer to buy my fuel.
Well, so we do have fuel sales on
Okay.
site. We have a Crowley station, which is a pay
Okay.
self-pay, and then we have Alaska Air Fuels, which kind of operates as an FBO.
Good, thank you.
What we don't have is any fuel flowage at this point. We don't collect anything on top of their sales. It would just be sales tax. Let's see. So we've covered that. Any other questions on So, of course, we have to coordinate with the FAA. We need to maintain our regulatory compliance through that. I think I discussed a little bit, but we have a disadvantaged business entity requirement too. We had a 2-year audit, making sure that we met those requirements. The language changes a little bit each program. And so, that went well. We talked about the taxiway kilo coming online, and then we have talked about revenue increases by addressing rate increases, and much like the discussion with water and sewer, we realize that needs to be a public facing process, and we'll look for some guidance as we talk more about what we want to do with the utility rates. But there's exactly the same rate issues with the airport. They've not been increased since the first day that I think they actually went down originally, but they haven't been increased in a long time. And so operations are being impacted by the revenue, and it's being offset by federal general funds. And we just talked about the expansion of tracking for airplanes. We're looking at adding more tie downs because it is eligible with the FAA, since we do have a wait list. And then we want to leverage the lessons we've learned with GIS to provide better maps. It is a little confusing for visitors and even new tie down holders to understand how the airport's laid out. So we want to do a bit better job with mapping for public use.
Okay, we will take a 5-minute recess at 7:40. We'll be back on the record at 7:45.
Is your voice hurting?
It's the
Eric?
drink. So much.
Eric,
That thing.
is your voice
It's weighing
hurting?
you down.
I'm getting sore, yeah.
You've been talking. You need anything?
Eric is ready
Go
to go.
forward with it. I don't,
We are back on the record at 7:48.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thanks for hanging in there.
Eric, excuse me. Mr. Crafton.
I mean, I feel like it might also be up to Eric here and the rest of the council. What I was just thinking was, we don't have a super heavy agenda next Monday if we wanted to pick this up next week, but if Eric feels like it would be better to breeze through it, I just feel like CIP, we always have a lot of questions.
I'd love to try tonight. I know that there've been concerns about not having enough time in other meetings, so I feel like we can at least cover the top levels, and if there's more questions, be happy to come back with even more answers. So if the body's okay with that.
You're up for it.
If you're up for it,
All right, I'm up for it. Yeah,
I'd say
do
let's
it.
move quickly then, just to get over the
Absolutely.
30,000 foot view.
Are you
Yep.
past your bedtime or?
No,
what?
I'm trying to.
Okay, Eric, take
All
it.
right, here we go. So I know some council members had attended the planning commission meeting where I kind of talked about this. I'll be faster than that. So we went for contractual support this year for the CIP. So we put our pennies together.
Can you move your slides up?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Good call. Put our pennies together and brought in operations funds from different groups so that we could pull in R&M consultants and help us make a really nice looking, well organized and structured system. So you have the cover sheet that we borrowed a bunch of design elements from for the rest of the budget. And we broke it down into the same categories that you find in the budget book. So we have general government, public safety, public works, park maintenance, special revenue funds, vehicle replacement, roads fund, information technology fund, and sewer fund. Those are the orders and the terminology in the rest of the budget book. And then we have 20 projects. And so the way you can look at this document is we've got a name, a detail number, and a funding request. So you can get a quick synopsis of what's going on. And then we totaled up those within each section. And so general government has a request of just under 765,000. Public safety has 172,000 request, and so on and so forth. And so then we can flip to the next page, and those numbers and those names correspond with locations on the map. And so their names are also on the bottom of the map so that you and the general public can get a feel for where the funds that we're requesting will be allocated and kind of what impact they'll have to the community. Are there any questions so far on the structure? Okay. So then that leads us into the first detailed sheet. And so what you see in this structure is, of course, detail number. And then we chose 4 levels of reasoning behind the request. And so you see on detail 1, which is the enterprise resource planning implementation assistance, we call it critical operations, or an L2. We have L1, which is life and safety, L2, which is critical operations, L3, which I forgot.
Expanded infrastructure.
Expanded infrastructure, and then L4 is future growth, I believe is what it's called. We don't have a lot of those because they kind of fell through the winnowing process. But if you saw an L4, it's for future expansion. So in this example, we see the title, we see the department that it's for, we see the category, if it's ongoing or if it's one time only. You're told if there was existing funding already. If there was, you see the account. If there's a balance, you would see that on the other side of the page on a current balance. You also get information on what was previously appropriated to it, where the source of funds came from. And if it's a multi-year request, those show up in fiscal year 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. And then there's a quick synopsis of what the project is. And so this example is continuing the contract with Cohills to assist us as we migrate to the new ERP. Any questions on that one?
So when you look at the box on the left, existing funding, yes. Current balance, 0. What am I missing here?
That's a great question. That's probably needs to have the contract in it. But they have written the PO, so the current balance would be whatever the contract and the appropriation is. So there's probably an edit that we need to make with that.
Ted?
Eric, the reason that it has a 0 current balance is that this funding is a whole different service. This would be for, is this the one for permitting? It's not, the contract we have right now with Coe Hills, it was approximately 500,000 was for finance and payroll. This would be, no, it's saying new ERP. It's continuing to partner with Coe Hills to do the permitting.
So the existing
And
funding would
finance.
be no, but there is an existing project that we're adding on to.
Yes,
Right,
you're correct.
Good way of
it's,
looking at it.
Yeah, if you look at,
it would be,
detail
I
4.
guess, in a way,
Yeah,
you
detail
could say a change order, but this one is for, it was going to be approximately a 2-year process to do permitting, and the same with utilities. And based on our issues with our current permitting system, our sales tax system, that we have decided or are asking council to move forward and do this with the assistance of Coe Hills also. And you'll see the second one will be the same way as utility billing. The same way it was supposed to be a 2-year, I think, all the way out to June 30th, 28. And we're saying that we believe it's worth the assistance in having Coe Hills help finance and planning and permitting and public works to add in essence an additional 500,000 to do these other modules that were not planned. Because I do believe that there was a question asked me if we were going to be needing any more Coe Hills assistance, and at the point in time, we did not believe that we were going to need them for utilities or permitting, but we have had substantial issues with MuniRev and with Citizen Serve too, and with Novaline with utilities, and also in conjunction with Badger meters. So
Eric?
Thank you. So Ted kind of alluded to it. So detail 2 is very similar. It's just a slightly different support, so financial services to help us with the utility billing, like you mentioned. And then if you move to detail 3, this is a budget automation software. And so this will improve efficiency in collecting the data and having it live in one place. I gave a little example of how we did the CIP this year. We used SharePoint forms. We made a survey basically and said to all of the entities, the directors, please submit your submissions for request. And so we had more than 65 project submissions. And so they were to provide to front load all this information. And so they gave it a title. They gave us the accounts if they already had funding. They gave us the balances as best they knew, and then made a proposal on why they needed it. And so we reviewed that. That worked well. What we came away learning is that it felt one way. They couldn't see their proposals after that they submitted them, and so it was hard to get back in and manage it. And so this budget request, the budget automation software, is an improvement to that, where now you have more of a portal. And so when an application is made, the same information will be required. We even have asked them to put in photos and documentation for support already if it exists already. So it'll make it more intuitive for internal proposers. One thing that, I don't know, Ted, if this was the plan in this or not, but there are also other communities that have an external facing project request form. So you see that in some communities where they say, give us your nominations for CIPs. And so there is sometimes a portal that faces outward so that the public can make requests for projects as well. that may or may not be part of this, but it is something I've seen communities grow into.
And just add on to what Eric's saying, this is just not for the CIP budget. This software package also is for the operating budget. So again, as we have seen over the past 3 or 4 years where we have errors, once this budget package is set up and tied in with Tyler, once you do a change in this budget, it'll go through the whole budget document and make all the changes. So it won't be a combination of spreadsheets, Word Perfect documents, then turned into PDFs. And then when you need to make a change, you have to go back to the original documents and then turn them back into PDF documents. So this will be one program that also has the AI developed into it that's in our network, so it's not outside of our network. So it would also have very good spell checking and would state if we were having any grammatical errors in any of our document, it would answer all those questions. And also allow Councilmember Crafton to look at line item detail in the actual program itself, because it's all based on the cloud too, where council members would be able to get into the system and all the directors
And to, Jamie, go ahead.
I just, for the council's education, is it also kind of like what the open checkbook, like, or is the public will have an opportunity to maybe more closely review finances through a portal? Is it that type of software as well?
not this portion of it. There is different programs in the suite that allow, it's called, I can't remember what it's called, but pretty much open government, where it allows reporting. It'll actually write your annual comprehensive annual report. About 100, I believe, entities use it in the state, and this is the main program that the borough utilizes for their budgeting. They don't, so it's layered on top of Tyler.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Crafton?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first comment just on what Jamie said. In the detail here, it says the public's gonna have access as well. That first paragraph here, the very last bit, it says for department heads, the council, and the public. So I mean, if we're gonna say the public has access, then we need to either give them access or not have that in there. And I get that that's just a description, but I mean, hey, that's, if somebody comes along and says, hey, you guys said you're gonna give me access, where is it? I'd be a little annoyed too. The other thing I wanted to ask was kind of surprised for less than $50,000 we're going to get all of that. And I mean, the upfront cost seems low. And then my second question would be, what's the ongoing cost there? Because software usually has an ongoing cost.
You bet. This is SaaS, so it would be approximately $35,000 a year afterwards. Now, of what you have stated is the public can have access to the budget through this process because it is a cloud-based program that will allow the public to also look at the line item details, look at the graphs, have questions that they can ask probably through AI. So it is a fully dynamic budget program. This portion of the one that we're looking at will have the capital tracking, and that would be a much more dynamic process than what we're having in our capital project list. It will have, it will keep track of how much is being spent. It will report on the page, you know, the city's page on each of the projects, where they're at in the project. If they're in the red or the green, you know, the green, it will break out the parts of design, construction, and every section. So it's a very dynamic capital project tracking program. Besides also providing the capital project budgeting and then the operating budget. And then again, as we stated, if, and I think the borough does utilize the other modules where you do get into reporting to the citizens, where they can look at different financial information also. But these are the three main programs that we're looking at right now. Would be the capital tracking, the capital budget, and the operating budget. And again, as we have gone through this year, you know, the at least 400 hours. I'm not saying how many hours between our staff accountant, our CFO, and myself, and our financial analysts that we put into just creating this book. And once the book is created once, then it's very easy to the next year, the department heads go into like a spreadsheet type interface, do their line item details, and it will make the changes and then allow everyone, of course, to go into the reports or the pages. And again, it will definitely assist with everyone with grammar and ensure that we're consistent in the way all of the documents presented, compared to as when you have, as Eric has said, 15 people trying to work on one spreadsheet, and then you find that, wow, one person was working on the wrong version, and it destroys the integrity of the data that you're trying to utilize. And to me, being a budget type person, the budget is one of the most effective ways and how we're doing on the budget for the citizens, for them having being active with their government.
Okay, thanks, Ted.
You bet. Sorry, Mayor.
That's all right.
All right. Moving on to detail 4, this is, apologize for misspeaking on where we were with the ERP. So this is the ongoing ERP that the council had already approved, and you can see that it had a current balance, has a previously appropriated, and has a couple more years of funding requests to complete that. The talks about the legislation that started this and anticipated completion dates. Any questions? Okay. Detail
Mr. Graham.
sorry.
In your description here, it says, support the implementation of the next set of core modules. So this, I think you just told me that this is already going on, and then your first 2 are things that are added on top of this. They're not.
Correct. Yep. And like Ted alluded to, everything right now is running on the AS400, and so IT is very concerned about its longevity, and so we need to escalate some of the timelines, which is what Ted talked about, but we do have some other programs at the end that will finish it out.
And we just want to be clear, Eric, to Councilmember Graham. This is Tyler's portion. We have Tyler that does a portion of the implementation and assisting the city. So this is completely just Tyler and their assistants in implementing the program. And the total amount for Tyler is $1,549,000 some odd dollars. And we have in FY27 to still pay Tyler $208,504, and then in 28 $147,874. So they will be involved in the permitting and also the utilities. And this isn't the portion that we were discussing above, which is Cohills being the city's representatives and assisting the city to ensure that we're meeting our obligations moving forward. If that makes sense.
Number 5 is officer video and digital evidence modernization. This is a public safety project. I'm not sure if the chief wants to talk to it all, but it is a 5-year capital outlay, but he gets the equipment and capability in year 1. All right, moving
And
on.
then I guess the follow-on question would be, what are the recurring costs of this? You know, we're spending this money to get the equipment and get it installed and make it operational. So as years go by and we replace vehicles and, you know, is this one of those $35,000 a year software programs that we're buying, or what's our obligation in the future with this?
To the council, this is the equipment right now, and start working on our cloud storage. There will be some reoccurring costs after that 5 years. Be a program that we get some updates. I believe in 2.5 years, we would get all of our equipment updated, where that's part of that fee. Software license would then come out at 5 years, and it would be another package deal on what Axon and how they want to deliver it from there. But it would be a 5-year storage for the cloud, the redaction service, the body cams, the licensing, the training, the in-car cameras, and at that point we'd start on a cycle, kind of like what we're doing now, other than a big bundle of what we see here. So a lot of the equipment, we would just start to cycle them through as they get outdated or worn out or in for replacement, kind of as we do now with our Motorola units.
And finance, would that then roll into a technology replacement sort of fund, or is this how's this gonna be handled in the future, since we know it's gonna be constantly rolling?
Typically now what we do is we include it into our vehicle purchase. If we have a new vehicle purchase that we're doing, a lot of these costs are associated with that if it needs replacement. If it's in the process of in a vehicle where it needs to be updated, and then it comes out of small tools and equipment that we'll put on there as it breaks down or has to get updated or whatever the case may be.
Thank you.
Oh boy. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Sorry. Number 6 is Idea Park Honor Garden planter replacement. So this is our only parks request. This is asking for funding to replace the planters, which were made of treated timbers, which are rotten now, and it rose to the level of request because of the sensitivity of this area and the poor state that it's in. So that's why we brought it forward.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Crafton?
Thank you, Mayor. It's funny that this was in here, because I remember looking at it earlier and going, man, really nice to update that, and then I happened to see it in here already, so. The surrounding pavement area as well is a lot of weeds and the little pavers that got put down, those are, I mean, it's looking a little rough around there. Should we consider, hey, if we're gonna come in here and do this, let's just knock out all of cleaning this up? Have you looked at that and what the cost would be to just kind of clean up all of the weeds and everything growing through the pavers?
Partially, yes. So, we know that there'll be disruption to
Yep.
do new planters, and so there's some cost accounted for that. We didn't account for a complete replacement, so our goal would be to limit the damage and pressure wash and maintain what we can, but it could grow outside the budget if we're not careful. So we're mainly focusing on just the planters and the ancillary effects on those first several rows of pavers.
Sure, thank you.
The next request is from MATCOM. It is the dispatch consolettes. Lori's here if there's any questions.
Question with a follow-up, asking both at the same time. How many consoles are we replacing? And if we were to only replace some of them, kind of phase in the replacement over a couple of years, would they still be functional as they are now? I mean, would they interface together? Would that cause a problem?
Lori, would you come to the mic, please?
Lori Creaky, Matcom. They would not interface together, completely different software. So we would have to upgrade them all or nothing. That would be doing 10 consoles in the Matcom Dispatch Center and then 4 at the backup.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Kathy?
Lori, how much of that 1.2 million is federal grant?
I'm not able to get any grant money.
Okay, because it lists funding sources as general fund and federal grant, so that's why I
Yeah.
asked.
Tried and got denied.
So no federal grant with it. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Lori, does E911 money play into this?
They will not cover radios.
It covers the next CIP you're asking for. Sorry, Kathy.
No, I'm sorry, I'm done.
When we say end of life and no longer receiving updates, what exactly does that mean for them?
The consoles are not gonna be supported by Motorola. They would, if they break, they break. If they have parts, they may have parts. But I can tell you right now, just even finding them on eBay is very hard, so, for the current system that we have.
What about the FAA requirement?
FAA requirements that you need to have, updated P25 equipment in the 911 center for interoperability alone and being able to speak to your responders. So, you know, if we have anything break, we're at the mercy of being able to be lucky to find equipment. So it's imperative that we get this updated as soon as we can. All right, number 8 is mine as well. This is the computer aided dispatch project that we're looking at. We do have some funds, a little over 400,000 that's from the Matsu Borough from a prior funding that we'd had that we didn't use all the funds. They allowed us to keep those funds. So then we're just asking for approximately another 400,000, 350, somewhere in there to cover what we believe we can get a new computer aided dispatch for. That's also the mapping and mobile data.
Okay, thank you. Save my bacon. Scott, you ready to save my bacon? Number 9 is the Menard Sports Center fire alarm system upgrades. So the request is a little over 115,000, or right at 115,000. Any questions for Scott?
Ian?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is just what exactly does obsolete mean? I mean, does it just stop working one day? So,
Scott Powell, Recreational Services Director. No, so basically right now where we're at is because the software is 22 years old. If I had to, we wanted to replace the sensors in one of our kitchen janitor closets and also in the concession stand to the more appropriate type for those spaces because it has set the alarm off. We can't because we can't program the system to a new sensor. So that's our biggest challenge right now is the ability to change out any sensors with new sensors. And because the software doesn't basically talk to the new stuff.
and the new system basically, from what I understand, is going to allow us to do that. So as future upgrades, we can continue to expand it.
Correct. And it'll replace all of the sensors in the building too, which is a big component. So they do get a little bit of dust and dirt inside them. And if we have certain humidity changes, fog machine changes, it actually is what we find is what is triggering some of those alarms. So it gives us the ability to basically clean all or replace all the sensors with new sensors. The system to be able to communicate a lot better, again, with the security on Guardian security, also for any fire service needs.
Thank you.
And does this include installation of all this? You mentioned Guardians, or is this just buying the equipment, or is this equipment installed, ready to go?
Replaces the panel, all sensors, and all installation.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Next up, detail 10, Menard Center building improvements.
So in general, this is just kind of an annual account that we just will use these funds to address different building issues, if it's flooring, if it's windows, different items. And you can see some of the ones that we're highlighting. We have tile damage throughout the exterior of the building, the skate shack and our load. So part of what we're looking to do is change out the glass to being service windows so that we can, we have a Sunday public skate and we'll check out 125 pairs of skates and then have them come back. So it's an efficiency thing. Also allow us to change out the design a little bit so we can accommodate more skates because we do find ourselves running short on skates. So it's again, an ongoing miscellaneous projects that as we come upon them.
And Scott, this year you're asking for 10,000 more than you have programmed for future years. Was that 50,000 a year just already in the system, and then this year you looked at it and said, well, we're going to take a little bit more to do it this year, or why the difference?
Part of it is this last year we've been able to fund specific projects. And so this is kind of a catch-all it used to be only 25,000. The $60,000 ask, I think, is a balance of all the different projects that we considered and some of the things that we kind of took back. And so once we get with the investment that we've actually have made over the last several years too, I think that 50,000 is more appropriate level that we're happy to go forward with. And if we have a specific project that's perhaps larger that doesn't fit in this, because again, the idea here is those $10, $15, $20,000 projects versus $100,000 or a $300,000 floor replacements or some of the bigger ones.
Thank you.
Detail 11 is fleet replacement for public works. So this is funding the regular replacement of usually light pickup trucks or other light vehicles as they approach the end of their useful life.
How does this affect our vehicle replacement fund, our normal? Is this money coming out of the vehicle replacement fund, or where?
No, this augments that. Each division puts some money into the vehicle replacement fund, but this augments that.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Crafton?
Thank you, Mayor. This might be to Ted. Why do we have it as a separate in the CIP when every single department has it in their own budget there. Is this because this is the actual expensing of the vehicle, whereas the other ones are just making the transfers into this account? Okay.
Moving on to 12, very much the similar sister to that is the fleet replacement for public safety.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Crafton?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, if I remember correctly, looking at last year's, I think we had a lower amount and then we amended it upwards. I got my other budget book. I could probably pull it up, but how many, big question is how many does this get you and what you're hoping to do with it this year?
Well, with anything with vehicles right now, I'm projecting come around, August is that we'll get new vehicle pricing. Historically, manufacturers will increase anywhere between 1% and 3%. Allocations has been an issue in the past years. I don't foresee it coming as critical in the next or in this year. I mean, that's not still a possibility, but I'm suspecting anywhere between a 1% and a 3% increase of kind of historically what we've seen in the last couple of years. Also suspecting here after this year that you're gonna probably see GM do a model change, which I'm kind of anticipating for that, so.
You say model changes and we're not
Yeah,
gonna be seeing
roughly, I
Tahoes
mean,
again?
Councilmember Schmidt, maybe even provide some highlights on this, is that usually about every 5 to 6 years, seems like manufacturers would change the model or change the body, and that's a battle that we change or have to deal with just because of the fact that we can't retrofit into even older equipment into the new models by the time that we recycle them out, so. I'm just anticipating that this may be our last year or very close to the last upcoming years of that this model Tahoe. Because right now I can use equipment that's in a 2021 to a 2025 right now. As we go a little farther in there, the models are a little out, it's gonna be harder to get that equipment. But to answer your question, I'm suspecting a 1% to 3% increase for this upcoming year.
And was this 4 vehicles again? 3, thank you.
Brings us to detail 13, which is city paving. We reduced this from the previous year's request of $1 million down to $500,000. But the general program remains the same. We'll be looking at the next roads that we can fit within that estimate and bring it to the council as a project when the funding is officially allocated. Any questions on that? Number 14 is railroad crossing replacements. This one causes us a little consternation because our intention was to move on to the next crossing, but we thought we had enough funding for Glenwood and the railroad, which dictates what we will use. It's their facility, right? We're paying work to upgrade their facility because we have the luxury of having the permit with them. They did not get close to their initial estimate to us. Then they told us it was around 600,000 to replace Glenwood's crossing, and they came back with an estimate of 1.2 million. And so we are bringing that cost down by going through the process of having a sole source with Siemens equipment sales. The railroad buys exclusively Siemens crossing equipment, and we can buy that directly from them using the railroad sole source and not have the railroad's overhead on it. But we still are asking for the remainder funding of $540,000 so that we can complete that project. If funding is successful, we think we can complete it this fall, but I am leaving some room so that we don't have cost escalations by rushing contractors. So at the very least, it could be completed by next year. And then we'll get back onto a cycle of addressing the rest of the crossings that the railroad has told us are approaching deficiency and that we're required to upgrade.
Now, Eric, is this part of a longer plan that you have? I know we've talked about Snyder Crossing and others. Is this one piece of a plan or is this just one piece?
So planning the railroad crossing replacements is, it's definitely on our minds. What we've been doing is coordinating with the railroad, and they're informing us the age and the condition of the railroad crossings. They do inspections and they have mandates on the maximum age, and it's usually about 25 years. They go through and they review and say, well, the rails might be fine, but the control cabinet, batteries, because they have battery backups, those are old and failed, and we don't use that structure anymore, so you need to replace that section now. You can leave the tracks for a little longer, or crossing arms are obsolete, can't get parts for them. And so they're keeping us apprised of their review of our infrastructure and trying to give us a heads up on when they expect us to replace it. It is in our interest to try to limit the number of crossings that we have to maintain. I don't know if you know this, but the mayor really went to bat for the city and insisted that the DOT keep the KGB crossing and keep the new Yenlo crossing, because those projects would be incredibly expensive the next time we have to replace them. And they will remain in the DOT's purview to maintain, so that we didn't take on those extra liabilities. Snyder Crossing is a great example of one that we should look for an alternative way to get out of that. And so we are working through the MPO to see if we can get some funding to make a connection from Pioneer to Railroad Avenue. And that might allow us a different way into the Snyder neighborhood and get away from Snyder Crossing, so we don't have to pay for those ongoing costs and the impact when people are blocked in.
So the bottom line is this is a one-time project, and other things that come up will be one-time project.
For the most part, we have an operations budget where when something breaks or something wears out, the railroad repairs it and then they send us a bill.
Right.
So we've been getting the wind damage bills. There was an accident at Clap where an alleged drunk driver took out half the signals and then ran. So that was a $35,000 event that the city got to pay. So anytime we can reduce a crossing cost, that's a long-term savings for the city. Number 15 is one of our first MPO match money requests. So a year ago, we submitted, so I mentioned the DOT had projects for the first round of MPO money where we were looking for very simple projects, the mapping, the PCI project. The second round was simple asphalt replacement. So the DOT might call it a mill and fill. You can go in and grind it and repave it. They'll allow for a little bit of under subgrade repair if you've got really bad potholes, but you can't go in for new road alignments, major overhauls. This is just replacing the asphalt. So we submitted Peck and Lucille streets, basically all of Peck from Bogard up to Spruce, and then only the southern section of Lucille from Nelson down to the parks. And so that is, the request is to supply the funding that the DOT needs, which is about 20%. So it's about $1 million project based on their estimate. And so funding of this will leverage MPO monies back into two important road rehabs for the city. Moving on.
On Peck, you said Bogard to Spruce. Peck runs between Bogard and
Well, I guess I meant Wasilla
Sullivan?
Fishhook. It matches
Okay.
at Spruce at the intersection Wasilla Fishhook,
Thank
which
you.
is gonna get a roundabout next year. So we tie into that roundabout if this project is successful. But thank you for the clarification. The second project is actually a borough project that the borough did a Safe Streets for All review, and they came up with projects that they wanted to apply for the grant for. So 16 is the Wasilla Middle and High School Separated Path and Crossing Safe Streets for All grant match. And so we share part of it in the idea that their project shows a pathway along the south side of Bogard that goes from one side of the middle school to Cruzy, so the west side of the middle school to Cruzy, and then a better pathway from the middle school parking lot down to Cruzy. And Commissioner Seals pointed out that there is sort of a pathway there, but it's not clear. And so I think he elaborated on the idea at the planning commission meeting that there sort of exists one, but it's not it's not ADA compliant and it needs an upgrade. So that's kind of the scope of that work. And then our portion is adding a sidewalk on East-West Point from Cruzy back to basically the point that East-West Point ends at Cars. So there'd be a pedestrian connection from Cruzy back to the Cars intersection, or parking lot, I mean. And then the bulk of the request is to receive funding to improve the pedestrian crossing under the Parks Highway. So we have groundwater issues that cause it to flood or burn up pumps. We have poor lighting and other safety and psychological issues with people feeling comfortable in there. And so we want to pick up where the DOT left off with building a tunnel by adding those features that make it more useful for the general public. And part of the impetus is that the railroad has alerted us to what they consider a trespass issue, where with the tunnel being closed, pedestrians, especially high schoolers, cross the railroad tracks to get to school, to up Cruzy instead of using the path. So it's been pointed out as a important corridor to repair and make usable again.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Grafton?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I mean, I like the idea of the overall concept of the project. You know, the big thing that, one of the biggest complaints about the city of West Hill is its walkability. It's fairly difficult to walk the entirety of the city. My question is about the tunnel, though, because I thought the council, I mean, granted, we didn't have a resolution explicitly stating we didn't want it reopened, but the general consensus seemed we didn't, and we wanted to explore other options. How did they come back to doing that? Is it because it's the most inexpensive way to create the crossing?
I do recall the council discussing that, and what our legal representative had said at the time was that they were going to put together a memo explaining the liability and risk that the city has for not maintaining its use agreement. The city signed an MOU back in 2002 or 3 when the project was complete, committing to keeping it open and committing to basically, the DOT was a pass-through for the city, so the DOT had the city sign this MOA that then they turned around and put back to the railroad and said, we put this in for these reasons, and the city commits to maintaining it. And so the attorney has written that memo explaining the risk. It sounds like that she has not submitted it to the council, so we can make that available to you. But it comes back to the railroad's position that the tunnel was the mitigation for the trespass, and so the city has a reasonable necessity to maintain it.
Curiosity question here, somebody had brought up to me a while ago, is why haven't we ever considered going over the railroad, also the Parks Highway as a whole? I mean, you see a lot of that in Anchorage where they have going over the top of major roads. Is there a reason why we haven't considered that option yet?
As a new structure?
Yeah.
So I was not here when the tunnel was devised, but my understanding was it was going to serve two uses. It was pedestrian, but then it was also an interconnect for snow machines between lakes. And so I think that's kind of was the 50-50 divider of, we want to be able to drive a snow machine under the railroad too. And so that's how it became a tunnel versus an overpass. In today's age, overpasses are not met with a lot of support from federal highways because of the ADA issue. And so stairs automatically preclude people with mobility issues or scooters from using it. And so I suspect we would not receive any federal support for a system that doesn't allow ADA users through it.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you. For your recollection, it was the council that asked for that memo from the attorney, who has not responded to that request. So to be even talking about it before she responds to that is kind of nonsensical. But the history behind that tunnel is, you know, much like you described. I mean, there are drainage issues, there are utility issues, there are huge security issues in there. You know, even if we had the money to put a police officer or a park ranger in there 24 hours a day, there would still be problems. I mean, the police can't really monitor that tunnel because they can't drive up to it and look down it. I mean, it is a straight tunnel, you know, I don't know how far that tunnel is, 75 yards or 80 yards maybe. But, you know, but you can't drive up to it. So for a police officer or a public safety person to be able to check on that tunnel, they have to park their vehicle, they have to walk to get there, you know, and then they check the tunnel. When there's people in there, they've got to walk in there, they lose their radio contact. I mean, that tunnel presents serious safety issues, and people are not comfortable with that tunnel, particularly with their park age children, you know, that would go there. And while the tunnel was probably a good idea at the time, it just wasn't thought all the way through. Even if we fixed that tunnel and put a free candy stand in the middle of it, you know, when you get halfway across, people are still going to walk from Wasilla Street straight across the railroad onto Cruzy Street. That's just going to happen. There's no way around that. So the way around that for us has to be, we need to tell the railroad that, you know, trespassing on the railroad right of way is a railroad issue. What we recommend is doing something like we've got when you go down to the Menard Center. You know, the bike path comes up, crosses the railroad, but there's a little, I won't even call it a gate there. There's a little sign there that blocks off half the bike path, says, hey, you know, take off your earphones and listen for a train, make sure you look both ways and go across. People are gonna cross that on foot. Always gonna cross that on foot, whether it's adults walking across to go to cars, or go to McDonald's or go to the park or whatever. It's always gonna be crossed on foot, and it's always gonna be a trespass issue for the railroad. So what we need to work with the railroad on is to mitigate the results of that trespass. And that tunnel is not a mitigation. That tunnel is a big, you know, hole in the ground that we just keep shoveling money into. And then, you know, we open it up and within 6 months it's closed. You know, I mean, go down and look at it now. I mean, there's wiring hanging off the top. There's lights that are missing. This makes the park bathrooms, you know, look like well, it's Saturday afternoon, I'll go clean up the park bathroom. You know, this is a major chore to deal with that tunnel. We don't have the resources. We're not ready to commit the resources to make that safe. And they say, well, we could put cameras in there. And I go, yeah, we could put cameras in there. Who's going to watch them? And how are you going to get the response time down to where you can respond to an incident? You know, the cop shows up on one end. Well, which way do you run away? You run away at the other end. You know, we can't have two policemen responding to, you know, a fight or you know, some sort of disturbance in that tunnel. It's not a functional idea, and it's not, you know, it's just not on the list of possible, solutions to the trespassing issue, because the trespassing issue is still going to be there. The tunnel needs to go away. I mean, it's barricaded now. You know, some people are still able to get in there, but it's barricaded now. And this, you know, the answer here has to be no. There can be no money going towards that tunnel. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Madam Mayor and Eric, I concur with Stu's comments, but I want to put one other little thing in reality here. Seeing as I live literally right on the tunnel, I see what goes on. The problem is in the wintertime. The tunnel is below grade. In the wintertime, and we get a little bit of wind here in Wasilla, just a trifle. The tunnel access fills up with snow. I'm not talking 6 inches. If we get 6 inches of snow and I get a little bit of a breeze, I've got 6 feet of snow filling up the mouth of that tunnel. I have no idea how the city could plow that. There's no access to even get a plow down there. Obviously, high school kids aren't going to do that. Okay, so the problem is during the wintertime, for the high school and junior high. By the way, the junior high is right up the hill too. And in both cases is what we see is the after-school bus may or may not run when the kids are done with their sports. So I see a stream of kids coming at their after-hours things across there. And if there's snow, you can't plow the tunnel. That just isn't going to be effective. So I think that we need a different solution. And I think there are smart people that can come up with a different solution than the tunnel. So the money is great. Okay. Let's use the money in an effective manner.
I
Okay,
agree with
rather
you, Mr.
than
Johnson.
the tunnel.
Yeah, and I think we have the latitude to work with the borough to say, if it's decided that the tunnel should not have any more money put into it, this is still a safe access pot of money, right? So we can come back with a better solution and say tunnels out or whatever the logical decision is, and still use those funds. I think there's that latitude. We just need to work with the borough and just make it clear how we want to use those. There is a large pot of money because I didn't know how expensive it would be to address all these issues. So I think we still have that ability to focus on safe access, tunnel or not tunnel, whatever that is.
Right.
And you're exactly correct, but for the next meeting, could you come back with this $474,000 and tell us how much of that was being shoveled into the tunnel?
Yeah, I can explain the
Thank you.
cost breakdown. Yep.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Crafton?
So and again, for the next meeting, I guess maybe have a conversation with the borough and make it very clear that the tunnel is a no-go and how they would want to navigate that at that point.
Happy to do that. So I just don't want to minimize the power of the railroad here. So we can approach them with logical ideas, but that doesn't mean they have to listen to us, and they hold the cards. So I think we can approach them with some ideas and talk about safe pedestrian crossings, chicanes, like you mentioned, Mr. Graham. But I don't want to assume that we can convince them if they come back with a geometric reason, sight distances on the railroad. I don't know. I know that the mayor and I have worked about different access at the old All Seasons location, and it was already a road, and we said, let's just reopen that. And they came back with a lot of reasons why they wouldn't let us do that. So I just don't want to over commit on what I can convince the railroad to do. So I just want to make that clear.
And
Yeah.
I guess I'm not
But then
asking.
they told me that was my road. But they won't let me use
So
it.
My thought is, again, with what Mr. Graham said, is that even if we open the tunnel, it's a shorter distance to cross the railroad than it is to go all the way down and around the tunnel. And let's just be honest, unless you are just physically enabled to walk across it, you bet they're just gonna walk across it.
Yep.
And spend it instead of spending 2 or 3 times as much time to go through the tunnel.
you're absolutely right. And what the railroad's response is, then we'll just put up a fence and make you have the tunnel. And so they're a little inflexible as we talk about human nature. So definitely want to be able to explain our case, but I don't want to oversell my authority or capability of convincing them. So
Thank you.
thank you for all the feedback.
And I might point out the Royal Crown subdivision in Anchorage, which is a flying subdivision, the runway right next to the railroad. The railroad fought for 30 years to shut that down, and they lost. So this is, just because the railroad doesn't like it, doesn't mean that they're gonna be able to build a fence there, because that's what they wanted to do at Royal Crown.
Okay.
They didn't get the opportunity to do that.
We're on the home stretch. Detail 17 is that 5,000 gallon diesel tank that we talked about. Yes, sorry. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
So, this is expanding the diesel tank, just making it larger, because like you said, the capacity for what we're using is, we're needing a larger tank there.
Yes.
How does this play into your gasoline budget for the public works that we had talked about earlier?
How
Or
does
does
it play
this
into
not, because? we're
No, this
talking-
is just the tank.
This is, reducing your gasoline budget, was it because gas prices were lower then?
Yes, so we had discussed when the gasoline budget was made, the Iran war hadn't started yet. Gas prices were nominal. This request has more to do with the staging of fuel on site so that we have capacity. And so that we don't because especially when we're running all the pieces of equipment, we can run through half of the normal tank in a couple days. And so this just gives a little bit more operational flexibility in case we have a delay in refilling. There is some savings in the larger bulk deliveries, but it's mostly the fact that all of our heavy equipment at the sewer plant use diesel, all of the heavy equipment at the road shop use diesel, and then some of the parks equipment use diesel. And so we'd have that capability of the reserve if there's a longer outage or longer time between filling.
Thank you.
Number 18 is the general IT replacement and security equipment. So this is an ongoing fund sent through IT.
Curiosity question, Mayor. I might go to Ted here. I was looking back at our old one here. The account number is exactly the same, but we have a $0 previously appropriated. And we've put money into this before. And like you said, it's an ongoing one. So why does it say previously appropriated 0, especially when there's a current balance? It's just an error and we need to correct it.
I'll chime in on this one. It is in fact an error and it will be corrected in the next go around. It was previously appropriated at 151,000.
151, you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. Ted just corrected me. The original budget was 150,000, 150. It was amended later in the year to be 151.
Ready to move on? All right, 19 takes us to the sewer wastewater treatment plant digester expansion. And so this one was our most complicated one, as you can see from funding sources, previously appropriated transfers, current balance, etc. We've talked some about this. Be happy to go over it more in detail, but the general idea is that we have one digester right now. It's roughly 141,000 gallons. We are underserving our customers by not pumping them as often as they need. Plus, having one digester is not as efficient as it should be. The best mode is a batch mode, and so this would add 2 more digesters, and we would use a process where one is being filled while one is being treated, while one is being decanted or emptied, and then you just rotate around and around. And then if you need more capacity, you just speed up how fast you empty them, basically. And so this project involves, of course, the digesters. It involves moving the controls into a new building that's situated out of the way. We're gonna get the existing stuff out of the way first. Build a new building that has more space in it for more blowers because it's gonna have more digesters, and space in it for the sludge removal. We've selected a mechanism called a screw press, and there's space for 2 of those, which would mean that we could process faster if the growth comes, but we'll start with 1 with the right size spacing for that. And then the lab in there, of course, and then some storage, because one other new feature to this is that we'll be adding polymer to the sludge so that it dewaters faster. So there's a polymer addition to that, and then it goes into, as opposed to going onto the ground in the sludge drying beds, it falls into probably about 3-yard containers that are picked up with the loader and driven over to the on-site storage. Eventually, we may get to a point where we transport it to the dump, but we have plenty of storage space on site right now, which is free. And so that's kind of how this would operate when and if it becomes built.
Eric, did I hear you say the word polymer? How does polymer factor into this?
Polymer.
Polymer.
Polymer, an addition.
I was going, holy
Yeah.
crap.
We're gonna take it to polymer. Now we're gonna add a polymer to it.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Crafton?
Thank you, Mayor. If I remember correctly, one of the big things we talked about when this initially got presented to us during, I think it was Ted's presentation, your funding source has an EPA grant. We have not confirmed that grant, right? Or is that one of the ones we already received and
So
started?
if you see the current balance, we have a little over 5 million.
Yeah.
One of those is the EPA grant,
Okay,
the sludge management EPA grant.
that's what that was.
Mhm.
Okay, and
Yep.
so there was another grant that we were talking about because there was the potential to not fund this project because if we funded the project, that we might not get additional grant funding for this from the federal government.
Well, there was some concern about getting that funding soon enough. So then there's a timing sequence on when those funds would come. And so we were talking about, after that meeting, we talked with our designers about, is there a phased approach to leverage as much federal funding as possible while still making progress on it? And so we've been looking and talking about how we might do that because like we discussed, we have these federal funds, EPA grant funds that have a spending deadline on them. So we can't wait too long, but we could piece it up to meet the funding schedule so that we keep moving, but we also don't lose the opportunity to leverage those 27 fiscal year funds. And Ted and I have been working on the details. We can bring that to you in the future, but we're looking at all the aspects.
That would be great because I guess part of the question is what's the total cost of the project?
The projected total cost, is my understanding is, and Eric, is $14,688,781. We still have right now approximately about 5,061,000, leaving that we need 9,550,000. We believe that between a potential ADC loan of 750,000 plus around approximately 6 million and EPA grants, Senate and House, that would carry us over with the 2.8 million from water. And what Eric was talking about, and I thought it was fairly brilliant because I have had the same concern, is doing this two-phased approach where he has to move I don't know which building, Eric, but a building to one side.
Yep.
Allows the time to move forward and also allows us to do a bid to move that building with an alternative bid for building the digesters, so you can do the full RFP at the one time, even though you don't have the guaranteed funding, so you don't have to do a subject to appropriation RFP.
Yeah, it would be an unusual contract for the city, but not unusual for large, expensive projects like this. And so we would work through those nuances of explaining to the bidders, we have this much funding, we're going to build this. We're very close to getting the rest of the funding. We want to lock you in as our contractor. What we don't want to get into a situation is contractor A gets it halfway done and then contractor B gets the next bid. And then they're like, oh, this is change order, because that's not right. We need it to be cohesive so that the same team is building in the same, back to back basically. But by doing that as a out of alternate, we can manage the risk to the city, but also leverage the funding that we have some confidence of receiving. And not, my concern is kind of like with the interconnect money, the clock running out before we can expend it all. We don't want that to happen. So we could fine tune it to the current funding and then have that contractor on still as we get the next batch of funding and make this a complete project.
Because that's what I would like to see, is where we don't want to halt the project because we're waiting on additional funds, but at the same time, we want to we don't wanna spend our own money if we know we can get additional, cause looking at it, we're at 14.6, almost 14.7 million total cost. We have 5. We think we can get 750 from the ADEC, 2.8 from water,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
That leaves us with just under 6.1 left to fund.
And
We
we
believe
were,
we can get another 6 million from the EPA. Did
Well,
I hear that
so-
correctly?
sort of. So you have it correct, except for there's also reallocation of some, community septic tank monies that we were going to go after through the state revolving fund. We can just allocate that back in. So that brings us within 150,000 of the estimate that we have right now.
So we have an estimate for the total cost of the digesters.
Yeah, you already read it. It's 14.7 million
Gotcha,
basically.
okay, that's that.
And
number.
so we're within 150,000 just by the numbers we know and that movement of 2.8 million from water to sewer. So it's very close in the planning level.
So then how are we getting to the 9.5 that you're asking for?
That the 9.5 is basically all of those things that we just talked about, that we're asking for, at this level, consensus from the council that we're moving that way. The 9.5 is all of those funding streams that we talked about. So the 2.8 added to all of the DEC money we just talked about, that's the 9.5.
It's approximately between ADEC and the EPA grants of around 6,750,000 plus the 2,800,000 brings you to the 9,550,000.
And so that is made up
Would you
of
like a spreadsheet tomorrow from the
That's
finance
where I'm
department?
getting at here.
Yeah,
Probably.
absolutely. We've
It's
been
9
working
o'clock.
on
I'm like,
it
wait a second
last
here.
couple days, so.
Yeah, if
didn't
you
wanna
wanna
drop
break it
on
down,
you.
that'd be really great, and get us a spreadsheet later, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll have a spreadsheet that explains where we are with the rest of the state revolving funds too. It's a very long process, but it'll make a lot more sense on why you see little snippets as we get authority in this way and authority in that way and build a package each time for each project. Ready to move on to number 20?
Mhm.
All right, number 20 is multifamily community septic tank replacements. And so the basis of this is that these tend to be the larger tanks. So we don't have to talk apples and oranges between tanks. Big commercial has the same big tanks. Multifamily has the same big tanks. But it does sort of help when we talk about funding sources. So, there might be a federal program that talks about multifamily. Oh, thank you, reminded me. There might be funding sources that want to focus on families, not commercial, if that makes sense. And so we kind of subdivided it up so we had a little bit clarity in projects. But this is basically, we know that those tanks are vastly more expensive than a single home. And there are some that are old enough that we need to start to prepare for those. They're in the 10,000 gallon range. And so this is also something we're trying to leverage DEC funds with. And so we'll push as much on the DEC funding as possible, but we need a review and approval by the council that this is a valid project to go ahead with.
And Eric, just really quickly in talking to Crystal, the 282,000 is, they call it loan, but this is one of those loans, sort of like the master plan, where the full amount is forgivable.
And Eric, why is the 282 every other year?
We were trying to show that we would be getting back to commercial in a year or two. So we were gonna flip flop back and forth between commercial and multifamily so that we didn't leave out a constituency.
Thank you.
The last
Okay.
thing I wanted to say was, it's not in your packet, but go to the back of the CIP and you'll see the 28 to 31 overview. And so that's just to give the council an idea of the list that we created through the CIP. Yes, that's it, through the CIP process. And that's an even winnowed down version because there's only, I think I had 28 in there. There were more than 65 projects, but we wanted to show you kind of that forward-thinking needs in the future. So, thank you for listening to me for 4 hours.
Madam Mayor, move that we exit committee of the whole.
Is there a second?
Rubio
Second,
second.
It
Go ahead.
has been moved by
Third.
Councilmember Crafton, seconded by Councilmember Rubio to exit committee of the whole. Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the time is 9:03. And we are at audience comments. I'll close audience comments, seeing none. Bring it back to the dais. Madam Clerk.
Okay, sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm gonna take a minute. So, council, if anybody would like me to change the start times of the June 10th and 11th from 6 o'clock to 5 o'clock, is that the consensus of the council? Is there any objection? No. Hearing none, we'll make that change. I also had a request from at least one member about possibly scheduling another meeting, if not two. You guys want to think about it? Any comments?
My thought, Madam Clerk, is it's easier for you to schedule and cancel than it is for you to schedule it at a later date. And based on the fact that we have literally a month left before we have to pass the budget, I'd rather have something on the calendar than us have to panic and figure it out later.
So if somebody would like to make a motion, it appears, and Eric, is the airport advisory meeting on the 18th of June, or was that meeting canceled?
That meeting's canceled.
That meeting's canceled, so I'm gonna assume a meeting anywhere from the 15th through the 18th, that's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday that week, because we're currently scheduled to adopt the budget on the 22nd.
I suggest the 15th and 16th, 5 o'clock.
I'll second that.
It has been moved and seconded to schedule two more meetings on June 15th and 16th at 5 o'clock for the purpose of the budget. Is there objection to the motion? Hearing
Madam Mayor.
none, the motion passes.
Just clarify, 5 PM we said, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that work for everybody? Okay, we'll get scheduled. Thank you. And that's all I have. We'll see you here next regular meeting, next Monday, June 8th.
Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A great meeting, lots of good information. Thank you, Eric, for taking the time to go through that. And having everything on the record is good. That way we have plenty of chance to go back as opposed to you omitting some things and us having to go dig them up. So great job. I appreciate that. And Public Works guys must have buns of steel because they sat here the whole time. So it was great. Thank you.
Councilmember Crafton.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Eric. I know it's hard to be in that seat for 4 hours there. I mean, I almost wonders if we should split you in half there, do 2 different days, but I think it's easier for you to just knock it all out one time. So really appreciate it. Appreciate everybody here for your insight and explaining this to us. It's going to make things a lot easier. And for those that had stayed originally, we appreciate the guys coming down. So thank you all. We'll see you next week.
Councilmember Johnson.
no comment.
Councilmember Rubio.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will echo just what they said. Eric, nice job tonight. That is a hard seat for a minute, let alone 4 hours. So awesome job and great job on the rest of the staff.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I'm gonna ditto that. Thank you, Eric, and Ted, I appreciate all the numbers you bring. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Councilmember Cottle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Eric, and thank you, Ted. The couple of questions that I have, I'm gonna go to the departments and get my answers and not take up any more time here. But I think I am going to get myself a little name tag that says spelling Nazi, and we can all enjoy that. So, thank you, everybody.
Okay, Eric, thank you for, I know how much work went into that. And the staff has done a great job, because everybody participated in that, and Eric got to be the deliverer of the, whatever you want to call it at this point. But, I appreciate all the work that you guys do and put into it. And I think with all the information that the staff and directors, everybody has given the council this time as far as the budget's concerned, I don't see why we would need 2 more meetings, because if you've got questions, call them and ask them as you're going through the budget. And that way, we're not here till midnight, because I ain't gonna be here till midnight. So anyway, with that, if